turning. That is the big one. Elias is back. Obviously, he's going to be in concert, so don't quite know how they're going to do that. We've got Ezekiel and Elias. Is it going to be a video package? Is it something they recorded before Ezekiel became Ezekiel? Is it just going to be someone dressed as Elias? Like, we don't know. We don't know how they're going to go about doing it. There's lots of different ways they can do it. But, we don't quite know how they're going to do it. My guess is that it could stand a chance that it be on the screen and it could be Ezekiel in a beard. And Ezekiel could put, like, a beard on, a fake beard. And they could try and do it that way, whereby they try to... he tries to convince Kevin Owens. Because I think this idea of Kevin Owens constantly standing by the fact and getting upset at the fact that Ezekiel is Elias is something they're going to continue. I think if they do have Elias looking like Elias on screen, then I'm sure Kevin Owens could still continue saying, no, that was recorded before, or that's like, old footage or whatever. But I think it would be funnier if you have Ezekiel put a fake beard on. So if I have to guess, I'm going to go that way. I'm going to say Ezekiel in a fake beard. But either way, we've got Elias returning tonight, and it'll be very interesting to see how they go about doing it. The only other thing that I've seen that's been announced is a match between Asuka and Becky for Money in the Bank qualifying. Now, I'm really surprised that both of these aren't going to be in it, so I don't know if we're going to get another Drew Sheamus situation where it's like a draw but both go through, because I don't really understand why Becky and Asuka aren't going to be in the Money in the Bank. So, bit weird that they're having them face each other. Winner goes into Money in the Bank, because you would think that they would want both. I would want both. So, I kind of do find that a little bit strange. But outside of that, to my knowledge, that's everything that's been announced. What I'm going to do is, just before I jump into the chat, I am just going to double-check WWE just to see if there has been any other updates, because they do tend to put something through in this, like, hour before. And we've got nothing. Elias returns for a concert on the red brand. Becky and Asuka go head-to-head as they battle for Money in the Bank qualifying. And then it says, and more. But doesn't specify as to what that and more actually is at the moment. So, it looks like they're the only ones that have, only things that have been confirmed. What we do know, though, is that Raquel Rodriguez, Alexa Bliss, Liv Morgan, and Lacey Evans are the 4 women that are in the Women's Money in the Bank so far. So, Asuka or Becky will join them. So, that's where we are with the women's match at the moment. Before I jump into the chat as well and forget, we are doing Money in the Bank predictions tomorrow. So, if you go to the Wrestling Escape Pod channel, it's going to be done over there, because the Money in the Bank watch-along will happen over there as well. So, we are doing it tomorrow, but it won't be on this channel. I do actually have, let me just see if I can find the link for it. I even copied the link to make it like super easy for people to be able to find it for tomorrow. So I am going to drop that in the chat right now. Money in the Bank predictions. This is tomorrow, but the video, the stream is already set up. Let's paste it. Will it let me paste it? Well, will it let me paste it? Oh, it might not let me paste it. I can put it onto... Oh, I didn't know that. It doesn't let you paste links. Cheeky. It's on the Wrestling Escape Pods channel. What I'll do... Yeah, it won't let me put it in the chat. Suppose that makes sense. Suppose that. I never really thought about it. I've never tried to do it before. But, it will be there tomorrow. So I'll put a link out on Twitter. So if you do have Twitter, I'll put links out on there. Right, hello chat. Hope everyone is well. Bakayuka said the women's Money in the Bank needs a heel to balance it out. All 4 are baby faces. Dante King said, do you remember SmackDown Live in 2016? It was good. I wish SmackDown was like that now. If Ezekiel somehow is not Elias, I will be shocked, says laser number 5321. Kyron said, do you want to see AJ versus Roman again? I don't mind. One of the things that a lot of people have been talking about is how they don't want Brock and Roman for SummerSlam. I'm not too down on it, to be honest, because my feelings are that we know Randy was meant to be that person. I think they could have gone with like someone like an AJ or whatever, but this is SummerSlam, it's the second biggest, arguably the second biggest show of the year. It's either SummerSlam or Royal Rumble, WrestleMania obviously first. But at second would be Rumble or SummerSlam. I think you need something big. You need someone big. And you need someone that's got some momentum, that's, a massive draw. I mean, SummerSlam, I think I'm right in saying, is coming from a stadium. So, do you know what I mean? You need a big stadium-sized match. And wasn't it last year that it was Roman versus Cena? So that's the kind of level that we're pitching at. And the thing with AJ is fantastic wrestler, but oh my God, he's been out in the wilderness now for about 2 years. Like, I know that you can quickly start making him feel like a big deal again, but I think this close to SummerSlam, I think it's just going to be a little bit of a challenge. I think the work for building up AJ needed to have happened already if AJ was going to be the one to do it at SummerSlam. You might be able to get away with Drew, but I think they've got Drew penciled in for Clash at the Castle, so that's why you can't really go in that direction. Edge, you might have been able to have done Edge. Edge would have been interesting if we could have gone back to Edge Roman, but I think they've looked at it and just thought, well, maybe they've got other plans for Edge. We don't know what other plans they've got in place for Edge. I think there are definitely some alternatives, and Edge, namely would be one. But I can understand why they've gone with someone like Brock. I can understand why they've gone with back to that match, because you do need something massive for SummerSlam. I kind of feel like, AJ, we've already done Seth Rollins at the Royal Rumble, plus he's a heel anyway. Kevin Owens is in a feud with Ezekiel, but Owens, it'd be a little bit tricky to kind of get him built up to face Roman in time again. He's just been bobbing around. It kind of feels like Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is messing around with Ezekiel at the moment. It's going to take time to kind of get him back into that main event picture. And, no offense to Kevin Owens, but Kevin Owens versus Roman is nowhere near as big of a match as Brock versus Roman. Sometimes as hardcore fans, it's easy to forget just how much appeal Brock Lesnar has to the casuals. And I just don't think there's many people that share that same appeal. Mainly because WWE are pretty rubbish at building new stars. So, if they had, properly invested in Kevin Owens, kept him around the top of the card, kept him looking really strong, had him in, really big, high-profile feuds, at the moment, he's in this, it's a comedy feud at the moment. This is, do you know what I mean? It's just a bit of silliness, really, with Ezekiel. Doesn't really make much sense as to why he's so angry about it, but it's comedy. It's a bit of fun. It's not a problem, but it's just not something that's going to mean that you can take him and quickly get him to the top of the card. It's going to need a bit of work. So I can understand why they've gone with Brock. But equally, I understand why people were a bit off with it as well. Because the reaction has been fairly mixed. On Twitter, it seems like a lot of people on Twitter weren't into it, but then I don't know if I've ever seen Twitter be into anything, to be honest. So you kind of have to go into Twitter knowing that they're pretty much going to hate everything anyway. So, yeah, we'll see. I think there's potential for, someone to come down and interfere. I was really thinking about Gable Steveson. And the reason why I was thinking about Gable Steveson is because he hasn't got going yet. We saw him at WrestleMania. He's surely going to be at SummerSlam. I was thinking there's got to be a chance that maybe Roman beats Brock, they're beating him up after the match, Usos, and maybe Gable Steveson comes down and makes the save. I could see Brock and Steveson standing side by side, and I think that could be kind of interesting. So even though the match might be predictable, you could get something a little bit juicy out of it afterwards. So I am leaning towards, them using this as a way of bringing in Gable Steveson, because it's got to be time. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he quit wrestling last year. By the time we get round to SummerSlam, he will have had about 6 or 7 months to, like, just hardcore professional wrestling training. Like, all this time he's got to be working on training. He's got to be. He's a massive future star for him. They're spending loads of money on him. Obviously an Olympic gold medalist as well. Looks like an absolute beast. I did put a picture out on Twitter, which caught quite a bit of attention because he looks incredible in the image. So, quite a bit of excitement around Gable Steveson. But just someone that's kind of largely forgotten about because he's never spoke about. We never see him. But he's got to be coming sooner rather than later, you would think. Unless they're just going to absolutely hammer him with training so that he doesn't come in too green. Which, can't really argue with. But in all fairness, even if he does come down and make the save at SummerSlam, he doesn't need to have a load of matches after that. We saw him at WrestleMania do a little summit with Chad Gable, and then we haven't seen him since. So you could always have him come down and help Brock. Brock being beaten up by Roman and the Usos. Gable Steveson comes down, stands by his side. Could be really interesting. You could build towards one match further down the road. Just keep him kind of doing promos or just have him with the odd fleeting appearance. But I kind of like the idea that match could lead to something like that, because I don't think anyone's expecting Brock to win, because we know this was meant to be Randy Orton. And Randy wasn't going to win because we know that at Clash of the Castle, penciled in, is Drew. So it looks, I don't know what happens after Drew. Drew stands a chance of winning. Clash at the Castle is a big, important stadium show. First one, since 1992 here in the UK. So, Drew versus Roman for the big title. It's hard to know how that one's going to go. But I don't see Brock winning. But yeah, look, to answer your question, would I like AJ Roman? Sure. I'd be down for seeing it. I can understand why they're not doing it, because the next match seemingly that Roman's going to have will be at SummerSlam, unless he does a little something on SmackDown. But I think it'll probably more than likely be SummerSlam, and they've gone and got potentially the biggest draw they've got, or the second biggest behind Roman. Supreme Rose, shout out to you. Do you like the idea of Seth winning the ladder match, then cashing in on Roman, winning the title and holding it until Cody returns? Yes and no. It seems to be an idea that is out there, and there's quite a few people that are saying, it'd be great to have the heist of the century 2.0, and it'd be great to do all that again. For me, from a booking point of view, it makes sense, because obviously Seth beat up Cody, and as in that brutal beatdown. Cody was saying he was hoping to be at Money in the Bank. Of course, he was never going to be. But he wanted to get to Money in the Bank. And then, of course, Seth beat him up. So there's no chance of that now. So, when Cody comes back, it would make sense for him to go after Seth. And it would make sense for him to want to get some, revenge. But the only thing is, we've not seen... I think we've seen 4 Cody matches. 3 have been against Seth Rollins. 1 against The Miz. And I've got an appetite to see him go against someone different. Do you know what I mean? We've already seen Seth Cody at WrestleMania, and so are we really booking it so that it's going to be Seth Cody again at next year's WrestleMania? I know the matches are fire, and I know the matches are brilliant, but there's so many great matches for Cody to have that it's just a bit of a shame that his first year, his first 12 months in WWE, is seemingly going to be 4 matches, and 3 of them are against the same person. So that bothers me a little bit. I think I'd rather see Cody face someone different at WrestleMania next year. The heist of the century, Seth repeating that, it's hard to know how he would beat it. Like, the first one was so good because, to be honest, like, him cashing in during the middle of the match, I remember it happening, and I remember at the time thinking, he can't do that. Like, the match has started. I know you can have a title match anytime, anywhere, but surely not when a match has started. Like, the bell has rung. The bell has rung, and these 2 people have agreed to fight each other. So this contest is underway. So the idea that you can come running down with the briefcase and just insert yourself into a match that's already begun, that I can't recall that being something that happened before, or being something that was ever explained that it could happen. So I actually remember the heist of the century, like, and how I felt at the time of it, like, you know, airing, and I remember thinking to myself, being distracted, thinking, he can't do this. Like, surely this isn't in the rules. It's anytime, anywhere, but surely not when a match is happening already. Like, surely he would have to have cashed in just before the match began. I mean, I don't know. Clearly, that's not the rules, and clearly, you can cash in during a match, and everyone was fine with it, and everyone really enjoyed it. I found it a little distracting, but it was. I mean, look, it's regarded as one of the best cash-ins. It was done at WrestleMania. It's hard to know how he would better that. I mean, he did something that I didn't think that you could do, and it really caught me off guard, caught me by surprise, and I think that actually probably largely was the same for other people, because that's why it's held in such high regard, because it was a truly shocking, truly surprising moment that people didn't see coming. I don't know there was many people sitting there going, Seth's going to cash in during this match. Like, I think people might have thought he might have cashed in after the match, but not whilst the match was, like, in the middle of, you know, still taking place. So, again, it's really hard to know. How's he going to better that? So, I don't mind it. It makes sense. You know, the history of Seth and Roman and the whole Shield stuff, cool. The fact that it's going to be, you know, heist of the century, or potential for heist of the century, you could do that as well at SummerSlam. So, potentially you could do it there. And Cody needs revenge against Seth, so that makes sense. I mean, it all makes sense. It all makes, in a bow, nice and tidy. It all makes sense, but I don't know. It doesn't really grab me. I think for those reasons, like, how does Seth better his cash-in that he had at WrestleMania 31? And do we really want Seth Cody again? Like, I know the matches are great, but so that's why I'd just be a bit, it's not my favourite option of the options that are out there. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they go. I think Seth's got to be one of the favourites. See, you've been saying that for you, Cody Seth has to go down as one of the best trilogies. Yes. What I wanted to ask is, would you put the AJ Cena trilogy up there? I would put it... I think if you're talking about trilogies, you can talk about AJ Cena, but because their Royal Rumble match in particular is like one of the best matches. Was that Rumble? I think, wasn't it the year after AJ arrived? So I think like it was 2017. So their match they have at the Royal Rumble is absolutely fantastic. It is as good as like the Cody Seth stuff. Their subsequent matches are really good. So as a trilogy, I would say, yeah, it's up there. But I wouldn't have it as being better, just because I think the variety that we've seen, like the story to Seth and Cody, I think has been really good. I've said before, I love how the first match, Seth doesn't know who he's going to face. So, like, there's the mystery element, and then the moment of Cody returning to WWE and actually seeing someone come back we never thought we would see come back because of AEW. So, you know, the not the shock of it, because we all knew it was going to happen, but the moment, and then the match that follows is just way better than it had any right to be. Cody actually said in an interview that the moment was big enough whereby they could have just got away with just phoning it in after, but they didn't want to do that. He said that he prides himself on being a wrestler. Seth prides himself on being a wrestler, and they spoke backstage about how they owe it to wrestling to have a wrestling match, or the best wrestling match they can, because they both class themselves as being wrestlers, and so they didn't want to phone it in on that stage. So, or ever, they don't want to be known for doing that, and so they made an effort clearly to put on the best match that they were both capable of, and it was just magic. It was just absolutely magic. I gave that match 5 stars. I don't know that it's better than the second one. I think the second match might be even better. But the first match, because of the moment of Cody returning as well, and just everything that goes into it, and the match that they have, I'd quite happily give that 5 stars, quite happily. The second match, if you just look at the match, might be even better than the first match. It's crazy. The second match, because what I love about the second match with Seth and Cody is that Seth knows this time that it's Cody and he's better prepared. And so the early stages of that match, he's not falling for the tricks, and it's really, really done so well. The ending is a bit, I don't know how people feel about that. Seth goes to cheat. He doesn't get it. Cody reverses it. Cody cheats. But it shows a different side of his personality. It shows that Cody is willing to do whatever needs to be done to get the victory. And it keeps him babyface as well. So it was kind of interesting, but I don't know, maybe that finish kind of divided opinion a little bit. But the match didn't. I think the match was universally loved. And then, of course, the third one with the injury and Hell in a Cell. So I would say that the AJ Cena matches were fantastic. The one at Royal Rumble in particular. But I would still. It's in the conversation, but I still can't think of anything that beats Seth and Cody. Seth and Cody, man, with the story that ran through it, and the injury, and how every match was had a different element to it. I thought it was great. Beyond great. Almost perfect. I just don't know how you could have done it really that much better. And if we do get a fourth match, I'm sure it could go down as the best quadrilogy ever as well in WWE history, because I've got no doubt that at WrestleMania next year they would kill it again. So Big Time Baxter said Rampage did 331 at 0.10. Meltzer said it's the lowest viewership in the show's history in its normal time slot, and it had no competition. It's a dreadful week for AEW. Ratings back-to-back lows. Yeah, so, I think the Forbidden Door thing just hasn't worked. I think on any front it hasn't worked. I think that it's a bit too niche. I think that their core audience is loving it, but I think that for a company that's trying to grow and attract more attention, bringing in a load of people that these casual fans won't know is, I am a wrestling fan. We watch WWE all the time. We watch AEW every week. There are people that are coming into AEW that I don't know from New Japan. I haven't watched New Japan in quite a long time, so I know obviously of Ospreay, Tanahashi, Suzuki. I know of all these people, and I've watched them at Wrestle Kingdoms and various shows like Dominion and whatnot, but I haven't watched it in about a year and a half or so. So the United Empire and the people that are in the United Empire, I don't know them. I don't know who they are. They don't mean anything to me. I have no emotional reaction to them. They come in, they just beat some people up, and I just don't really find myself really caring. And I'm someone that knows the vast majority of certainly the big names from New Japan. So if you're someone that's never watched New Japan, how are you meant to care? How are you meant to care about Tanahashi, Will Ospreay. Like, how are you meant to care? So, we always knew that this was not going to be great for growth. We always knew that this would be something that hardcore wrestling fans would really enjoy. But I think those fans that have just got into AEW, like in the past couple of years, like during lockdown, never watched New Japan. Like, they'll be willing to like give it a go, but equally, they don't have to, do they? You know, if they've got something else that they could watch instead, like an alternative, then, you know, this might be a bit of a time where they just decide, well, do you know what? I'm not really feeling it at the moment. I don't know who a lot of these people are. I'll come back to it, like, you know, I'll pop back in like a month or so. I'm going to watch, you know, I don't know, Stranger Things instead, or I'm going to watch this, or I'm going to play this game, or there's so much competition for people's attention now that unless you're nailing it, unless you've really got people, then it's going to be difficult. I mean, you know, if AEW was killing it at the moment, then you might even argue that the game shouldn't affect them. You know, they normally get, say, 900,000, and the other week, because of the, I think, was it the NHL, the game on Wednesday, they dipped down to like 700 and some thousand. So that shows that 200,000 decided they would rather watch, I'm guessing, the game, the ice hockey game, the NHL game, rather watch that than what AEW were doing. And that's 200,000 of their normal, regular viewers, because they're normally at around about 900,000. So 150 to 200,000 decided to watch something else. And so even if they're up against like tough competition, they're catering to a too niche of a market at the moment, in my opinion. But this isn't a surprise. As soon as Forbidden Door was announced, a lot of people were saying, like, this is not going to help them grow. This isn't going to bring in a load of people, or, you know, this isn't going to be something that's going to really generate growth, because it's too niche. It's going to take ages to get people used to the New Japan stars and to get them to care. It's one thing to know about them. It's another thing to care about them and actually care about these matches. You know, it's basically, you know, Adam Cole taking on, I don't know who that person is. Hangman Page versus, I don't know who that person is. FTR taking on, I don't know who they are. That's what it is for a lot of casual fans. So, and so on that front, I think it doesn't work. And then I think from the actual booking point of view, it doesn't work because, as I said, you know, I've watched New Japan and I've got a lot of time for Ospreay and Tanahashi and everything, but they've not done a good job of booking this. And some of it is not their fault, because I think this card has had to change several times. I think CM Punk was meant to obviously be in action and can't be now. And I think that as a result of that, they've then had to change direction with what they were doing with, say, Moxley. Perhaps Moxley wasn't going to have a singles match. Perhaps we were going to get Blackpool Combat Club. That now means that what Blackpool Combat Club were going to do has got to be replaced. And so you kind of go down and, you know, you have to then, like, change the card, all because of CM Punk being out. Now means that we've got Moxley against Tanahashi, but it's for an interim title. And then as well, they were talking about how, wasn't it like Okada who had the title, and then just last weekend he lost the belt, so now it's Switchblade that's got the belt. So we actually had a promo where Hangman was talking about facing Okada, and then Okada's lost the belt. And so Hangman now all of a sudden, like, it wasn't clear as to whether he still wanted Okada or if he now wanted Switchblades. But it's like, even that was a bit clunky, and even that didn't make a great deal of sense. And actually, Switchblade has turned around and said, I ain't going to face you or you. So at the moment, Switchblade isn't going to face either. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. The booking's really strange. I sort of feel like the most important thing at the moment is to get the personalities across, to introduce them. There should be video packages that, like, really show what these people have achieved, who they are. And I think it's really hard to, like, do that for a whole card's worth of people you've never seen or heard of before. But to go down one road and then have to change direction And that's not helping things at all. So, yeah, even the build for it has been a bit strange. I mean, Tanahashi in the ring just kind of standing there and not really saying much, as like Jon Moxley was like having a go at him. And Tanahashi just kind of, the ace, and he was in this suit as well that just didn't look very good. Like, the ace normally wears such amazing ring gear, and he looks so good. And here he just looked like a flipping hobo off the street. Like, some of the presentation has not been great on this either, so... Yeah, I think this has been a problem for them. And I think that they need to get Forbidden Door out of the way. So, which is crazy to say, but maybe if they were going to do Forbidden Door, that we could have had a New Japan star. Perhaps it's just too soon. Perhaps Forbidden Door needs to be like September, and what we need to do is just show a different person, like, each few weeks, so every month we show someone else, so that the audience can get used to people. And, before you know it, then you've introduced everyone. And then by the time you get to Forbidden Door, which, maybe even September would be too soon. But by the time you get to Forbidden Door, then the casual fans have got a good knowledge as to who these people are. So I just think that it's all done real super quick. It's like, we've got to get it done. We've only got a few weeks to do it. The build for this has been about a month. Obviously there's language barriers as well, because some of the stars I don't think speak English, like Tanahashi. Because if he could speak fluent English, I'm sure he would have said something more than he did on Wednesday. So yeah, it's not good, is it, at the moment, ratings wise? David Paul said rumors were that it was going to be Andrade and Ospreay. Oh, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that was the rumor. AEW can't use the Lucha Brothers or Andrade for Forbidden Door because of CMLL. Oh. That's another little wrinkle in it as well then. So that's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I didn't realise that was going to be a barrier. Of all the potential barriers, I didn't think CMLL was going to be one of them. But, fair play. Apparently Roman Riddle on SmackDown got 2.5. Second hour got more than the first. Roman is a massive draw. People weren't there for Vince. 229 average. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it. I have yet to see a minute-by-minute breakdown of SmackDown. So this narrative is doing the rounds that people didn't bother tuning in for Vince and that people tuned in for Roman. But my point is, okay, second hour was bigger than the first, but Vince was on screen for all of, 2-3 minutes right at the start of the show and made it very clear that's all he was there to do. So at the first 3 minutes of the show, Vince is like, "Welcome to SmackDown," chucks the microphone away, leaves. Well, there was Vince. That was it. At that point, I bet you a ton of people went, click, and changed the channel, right? So it's so hard to say that the first hour is less than the second hour and that Roman's a bigger draw than Vince, because Roman's match started, I think their ring walks and Riddle's ring walk was 35 minutes from the end. So potentially you've got people that are going to tune in about half an hour to go, knowing that that's going to be the title match, the undisputed WWE Universal title match. So people are going to tune in to see Roman, and they're going to stick around for half an hour. Whereas Vince didn't appear at the end of hour one, so it's not like people were there waiting for Vince. Vince was there bang at the start, and 3 minutes later, 5 minutes most, he was gone. Click. So you're judging 5 minutes of Vince with 30 to 35 minutes of Roman versus Riddle. So to me, it's no surprise that hour two is the bigger hour. That doesn't shock me. But how do you measure just the Vince segment? Because I said this the other day, even if you look at the first 15 minutes, I would imagine Vince's bit would have been really high, but it only goes for about 5. The next 10 minutes would have crashed. So the average is still going to be not brilliant. You know, if you get 2.5 tuning in for Vince and then it crashes down to 2, the average is 2.25. But Vince's segment was actually 2.5. But it's just the 10 minutes that came after it crashed down. So I don't know. Without seeing the minute-by-minute breakdown and looking at the 3 to 5 minutes at the very start that was Vince and knowing what those numbers are, it's impossible to say, like, what is bigger. Like, for me, I think Vince was a draw. I think it's undeniable that he would have brought people to the show. There was people in our chat that were saying they were only tuning in to see what Vince was saying. So I don't believe what is being reported. I think the numbers are accurate, but I think with those kind of numbers, it's very, very easy for them to be skewed. Very, very easy. Because if you just look at hour by hour, as I said, Roman's match was half an hour long, Vince was 5 minutes, and it was at the very start of the show as well. So for me, like, you can't compare the 2 hours. If you're going to compare the segments, you'd want to look at minute-by-minute breakdown. And even if you look at 15 minutes, even if you look at the first 15 minutes, even that's going to be deceptive, because the second Vince chucks the microphone and leaves, it would have drastically declined. Vince was not out there for 15 minutes. No way. No way. Because I remember, like, the show started with him, and then as soon as he finished talking, that's when we went to the intro. So he was like, he couldn't be any more at the start of the show if he tried. He was bang at the start of the show. So I didn't see that getting reported. I didn't see, like, the minute-by-minute breakdown. But I'm sure Vince ain't going to mind if people think that Roman's the bigger draw than what he is. Because, that's going to play in, Roman's favor, isn't it? It makes Roman look like an even bigger star. He's even bigger than Vince McMahon. So it ain't going to be something that Vince will lose any sleep over. I'm pretty sure Vince will be fine with people saying that Roman's a bigger draw. But I just don't know if that's accurate. Chris said, WWE might have a still photo of Elias backstage Raw tonight. Elias music's hit and he comes out to the ring. Might have a still photo of Elias and then his music hits and he comes out to the ring. Yeah, we don't know how they're going to do it, to be honest. So there's a lot of excitement around Elias being on the show tonight, but I don't know if it's excitement because people are excited to see Elias. I think it's more excitement because people want to know how they're going to do Elias, how are they going to present him. Because, everyone is pretty much 99.9999999% recurring sure that Ezekiel is Elias, right? Obviously, there's people saying they're going to freak, and I think a lot of people would freak if Elias did come walking out, and it turned out that they were like twin brothers, then we just never knew about it. Look, it's believed that they are the same person, and I think that it could be either old footage, like something they recorded before he shaved, or it could be that it's going to be Ezekiel in a beard, or it could be someone like Aaron Stevens, who I would love to see come back to WWE. Aaron Stevens is like Damien Mizdow. If you ever saw the Miz and Mizdow stuff, it was absolutely brilliant. It was brilliant. Every time something was happening to Miz in the ring, Mizdow reenacts it on the outside. So if there was like a suplex to Miz in the ring, then Mizdow was like suplexing himself, like chucking himself over on the outside. And I understand that, like, people would be like, oh, what's he doing that for? But it was like, it was an R-Truth type segment. It was an Ezekiel Elias type segment. It was like one of those kind of comedy segments. And he was like a stuntman. I think that's what it came from. Like, he was a stuntman. So he was doing, like, he was reenacting what Miz was going through in the ring. And it was fun. I really enjoyed it. He's always been a great entertainer, though, Aaron Stevens. So I'd love to see him come back and play that part of Elias. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But definitely a segment I would say people are looking forward to. Dante King said, how about if Finn Balor is in Money in the Bank and wins it and cashes it in on Brock? Roman at SummerSlam, and then at WrestleMania we do Balor against Cody. I think that would be a good match. I'd like to see that. I'm actually quite up for Balor winning it, because I think that Balor is someone, and I've said before, I think that Money in the Bank should really go to someone that doesn't get title opportunities that often. And Balor doesn't get title opportunities that often. He has had one against Roman, but you've got to go a long way back for him, because he's been down in NXT since 2019. So I feel like, apart from holding the Universal title for 24 hours in, 2016, he's not held another world title. He's had 24 hours with the Universal title. Finn Balor was the first ever Universal champion, and he held it for 24 hours due to being injured in that title match against Seth. So, yeah, I like it. I'm down for giving Balor that opportunity. What I like about it is that Balor doesn't get many title opportunities. Him having Money in the Bank would potentially put the belt back on him. It's a good way of getting the belt on him. He's the leader of Judgment Day, who I do think have got great potential. But I am worried about the whole supernatural thing, and don't be surprised if I jump off the Judgment Day hype train if it does go down those roads. But right now, I am on board. I really like Rhea Ripley. I've always liked Finn Balor. Damian Priest's never massively grabbed me, if I'm being honest, but this is his opportunity to show what he can do. And I do think that Judgment Day could go on to do something quite interesting. I still think they could do with a fourth member. I think a fourth member, and I'd like it to be T-Bar, because I think that T-Bar would fit perfectly. These are people that are constantly overlooked. These are people that never quite get the opportunities they deserve. And T-Bar just can't even get onto TV. And he's a great wrestler, great size. T-Bar and Damian Priest as tag team champs I could get behind. Rhea Ripley as the women's champ I could get behind. And Finn Balor as the WWE champion I could get behind. And them working together as a faction I can get behind. So I'm down for Judgment Day. I'm down for Balor as the leader. I'm down for Balor winning Money in the Bank and cashing in. I'm down for Cody and Balor at next year's WrestleMania. It gives us something different from Seth and Cody. So, yeah, I'm down for all of that. That ticks a lot of boxes. And you can still have Seth Cody at some point when Cody comes back so he can get his revenge. Like, the title doesn't need to be at stake for that, like Cody to get revenge on Seth. Just need, like, one more match. I mean, I'm sure they'll have one more match, at least. But, yeah, I like that. I like Balor and Cody. I'd be down for. JS17 said, I'm excited for what randomness we're going to get on Raw tonight. Maybe we will get Goldberg accusing superstars of disrespecting legends, even though they didn't. Rings a bell. Won't watch it as I'm not a wrestling fan. Well, it's great to have you here, JS17, with your insight. With not being a wrestling fan. I am actually looking forward to tonight. I think that Asuka and Becky will be... I find that hard to call. I feel like it's going to be Becky. I feel like there's a chance that both might get through, but if I had to just pick one, I would think they would probably want Becky there more than Asuka. So I'd think that Becky's going to win that, but I can't quite get a read on it because I think both should be there. So I can't quite get a read on that match. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't know what they're going to do with Elias, so I'm looking forward to that. Granted, that's all that's been announced, and it's hard to know what else we're going to get, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of waffle. A lot of waffle. But, there's at least the two things that have been announced have got me intrigued. And I am strangely looking forward to tonight's show. Yeah, strangely looking forward to it. Imagine if Vince goes and Steph comes out and shoots hard on her own father, fires Pritchard, Laurinaitis, and Kevin Dunn, says Mega Champ. Breaking news from Sean Ross Sapp says, Alex, on the show main event, we got Mysterios against Judgment Day. Also, Rhea Ripley is out of the ladder match and a replacement will be named soon. Ripley is not... What do you mean? Rhea Ripley is facing Bianca. So Rhea Ripley wasn't in the Money in the Bank ladder match. So I don't know what that means. Was there was she in a different ladder match? I don't know. But it's Bianca versus Rhea Ripley for the title at Money in the Bank. So are you saying that she's out of that? Because she wasn't in the ladder match. Let's see what Sean Ross Sapp is what his actual words are. Sean Ross Sapp says, Fightful has learnt that Rhea Ripley is out of the Raw Women's title match at Money in the Bank. A replacement will be determined tonight. Oh. So she wasn't in the ladder match. She was in the title match against Bianca Belair. And according 7 minutes ago, Sean Ross Sapp has said she is out. She is out of that title match. That is very interesting. No details on why or what Rhea Ripley's status is. There will be a contenders match tonight. The situation will lead off the program. Why? I mean, well, he doesn't know is the answer. That's a shame. The only thing I would say is that I was pretty confident that Bianca was going to win that. So her being out is a shame because Bianca and Rhea, I think, is such a big women's match that I've been waiting for. I think we've had it down in NXT. I can't remember if we've ever had it on the main roster. I'm sure we have, but not with like titles on the line and whatnot. But these two both kind of coming through at the same time. And I love that moment when Bianca wins the Royal Rumble and it gets down to Bianca and Rhea Ripley. And I think was this last year's Rumble? Can't remember what year it was. But we got down to those two. In fact, it might have been 2020. But it got down to those two. And it was brilliant. They just run at each other and they collide and they spin round in the air. Such a great moment. Absolutely love that moment. You've got these two young women that have got the main event of WrestleMania right in front of them. You know that both deserve it. You know that both are good enough. And it's just like, which one's going to get it? Is it going to be Rhea or is it going to be Bianca? And it ended up being Bianca. And actually thinking about it, I think that was the year that she then went on to face Sasha Banks. So that would have been 37. So that was that last year? Yeah, 38 this year, 37 last year. So great moment. Love that moment. So I was looking forward to this match, but I think I was pretty confident that Bianca was going to win the match because it'd be a bit soon maybe to take the belt off of her. What with her only winning it at WrestleMania. But yeah, we'll have to see what comes of that. So Rhea Ripley is out of the match at Money in the Bank, so we'll see what replacement comes through. That would have been a great match. Hasib said, Corey Graves' podcast, he was saying Seth Rollins, any title you want, Pro Wrestler Sports Entertainer, he is the best competitor in the world right now. Would you agree? Seth is the best competitor in the world right now. I think that's really hard to say, isn't it? Because Corey Graves is going to say that because I don't know if Corey Graves is... Well, Corey Graves is not impartial, is he? He's paid by WWE, so he is not going to put over New Japan stars, and he's not going to be putting over AEW stars. I mean, I do think that Seth Rollins is in the conversation, but is he a better wrestler than Bryan Danielson right now? I mean, Bryan Danielson's in Blackpool Combat Club at the moment, and that's kind of watered him down, unfortunately, because he has to share that spotlight, of course, with Moxley and Wheeler Yuta. But I don't know if we're not looking at like how they're being booked, and we're just talking about who is the best wrestler in the world right now. If you was to put one person in the ring and say that is it, that is the best wrestler in the world right now, I think that Seth's in the conversation, but I think there's a conversation. I wouldn't agree that it is Seth 100% outright. I wouldn't agree with that. But I would agree that he's in the conversation. Because I just think you've got people like Ospreay, who just had a killer match with Dax Harwood on Wednesday, and is, often regarded as one of the best in the world as well. Same with Zack Sabre Jr., who has been doing some great stuff. I just keep hearing about Josh Alexander in Impact, and apparently his match was very good, very, very good last night as well. So I think there's quite a few in the running. Rhea Ripley walked out because of disagreements over booking, says Mouldy. Days, personally, I think Dana Brooke or Tamina should replace Ripley and face Bianca for the title at Money in the Bank. Those two would make it unpredictable and match of the year worthy. I don't think it would be unpredictable. I think Dana Brooke or Tamina both are going to lose to someone like Bianca. I think that they've been on the roster so long now that it's hard to see either of them moving up to like the main event kind of scene and being backed. I think if they haven't been backed already, it kind of means that WWE just don't see it in them. It's like Dana, they're just like having to use in the 24/7 title picture at the moment because they ain't got nothing else for her, to be honest. And Tamina, I don't even, we're not even seeing Tamina, so she can't even get on TV. So no, I think whoever goes in there against Bianca is going to lose. So I don't know who they'll put in there, but maybe the Asuka Becky, maybe we get one person winning that match and the other one goes on to face Bianca. Maybe Asuka wins, gets into Money in the Bank, Becky has a tantrum backstage and somehow finds her way into the title match, and we end up getting Becky and Bianca again at Money in the Bank. So maybe that's why we're getting Asuka Becky tonight, because they do want one winner, because the loser has now got actually a path to a title match straight away. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went down those roads. Will Cody stick around with all the Vince McMahon drama back to AEW? I don't think he'll go back to AEW, no. And, the Vince drama, that's for Vince to sort out. I mean, it is true. At this stage, we don't know that he's even done anything wrong. I mean, as far as we know, the relationship, the affair that he had was above board, consensual. I mean, is he meant to get into affairs with employees? No, right? But is it that big of a deal? Like, is it that bad? Like, yeah, he's married to Linda, but the reports are they haven't been together for a long time, and they live in like different places and everything. So I have no idea how long that situation's been going on, or I don't have the details on that. So at this stage, with the limited information that we've got, it's really hard to know like how bad this thing is. I mean, it's not great. I mean, definitely not great. I mean, someone like Vince shouldn't be. Someone like Vince that's married should not be having affairs with like paralegals and then paying them $3 million. Like, no one is saying this looks great, but it's just hard to know how bad it is. And but I don't think it's bad enough for Cody to go back to AEW at all. I mean, like, you're not seeing sponsors running away from WWE. This news has been out there now for a while, and if it was that bad, a lot of WWE sponsors would have put statements out, I think, and distanced themselves, but I've not seen anyone distancing themselves from WWE, because I think the feeling is kind of shared that it's like, it's not great, doesn't look great, it's not great for Vince, but he's weathered worse storms, and it's hard to know just how bad this is. So I don't know, until we get like more information, it's hard to know how it plays out. I heard about Hardy getting arrested. what would you do in this situation? I would release him as he's proved untrustworthy and get professional help, says JS17. I really like Tony Khan's approach, to be honest. I like Tony Khan's approach. I think if you release him, what has he got to work towards? I mean, he's on the out with WWE. He would be on the out with AEW. His options of where he could go to work are obviously decreasing. And anywhere he would work, like maybe he could, wind up in Impact. Maybe he could go to MLW. I'm sure there's places that would still take him, but I like Tony's approach. Tony's approach is, well, you're suspended and we're not going to pay you, but there is potential for you to come back. Like, there is carrot at the end there. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Like, there's something for you to work towards. We want you in our company. We want you to come back, but you've got to get clean and stay clean, and you need to prove that to me. So go away, get yourself sorted, come back clean, prove you're clean, and I'll use you, and there's a future for you. And do you know what? I mean, I'll criticize Tony and AEW for various different things, but I will praise them as well when I think that they've took the right approach. And I think that's the right approach. He's not closed the door. He's not just slammed it in Jeff Hardy's face, but equally, he's acknowledged that this could have been really bad. And so he's suspended him without pay. He knows he's not trustworthy. He knows that he needs help. I think he might even have offered to have paid for that help. I think he might have even made that offer. So, listen, here's the help. Here, go and get it. Get yourself better. Get yourself right. Get yourself in shape. Get yourself clean and stay clean. And then there's a job for you. And we want you. You are loved. You are wanted here. I just don't know what more Tony Khan can do than that, to be honest. I mean, it would be reckless to just suspend him and then have him come back after a month or whatever. Do you know what I mean? That would just be reckless. You're not solving the problem. That is a problem that needs to be solved. And I think that he's trying to do that and trying to show that there's a path forward for him after that as well. So I thought it was a good way of dealing with it. I would give Jeff multiple options of rehab and pay for it, but if he refuses to go, then he gets fired. That's fair. The only thing I would say to that is it's fair, and I've got no disagreement with it, but rehab doesn't work for everyone. Rehab is a treatment, and it's definitely a powerful treatment, but there's a lot of people that go through rehab and then they relapse because rehab doesn't... It's not like this magic cure. It doesn't solve the core issue for everybody. Getting clean is one thing, and getting it out of your system is one thing, and speaking to people is one thing, but staying clean can be very, very difficult, and not falling back into bad habits. It can be really, really difficult. I mean, Jeff has shown that, so he's got to show something though. He's got to do something, and to go through a rehab program and then show that you stay clean for X amount of months after, I would say is maybe the best that you can hope for. I mean, I honestly wouldn't know what alternatives there could be to rehab. I don't know what other treatments there are that are out there, but I know for a fact that doesn't always work for people. So it might not be the cure for Jeff, but if you're someone like Tony, I don't know what else you can ask of him, to be honest. Other than, I think you should do this. Go to rehab, stay clean. I had swapped that back where the winner gets the title shot and the loser goes into Money in the Bank. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd make more sense. Right, we've got a little graphic that says, in memory of Tim White, 1954 to 2022. Of course, tragically passing away, I think it was yesterday. Long time referee for WWF. That's nice. It's nice that they put that graphic up for him. Surprised we didn't see one for Dave Hebner, to be honest. Don't remember seeing one for him. He was the other referee that passed away. So we did get one there for Tim White. Right, we are live at the University of Nebraska. And we are live with this week's WWE Raw. I don't know what we're going to start with. Maybe Vince again. Maybe Vince could come out. Vince will come out. Welcome to WWE Raw. Then, now, forever, together. Right, it is the EST. EST making her way down. I'm sure is she going to tell us the news? Bianx. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. She's wearing denim. Dun 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 dun. Right, Bianca's made her way down. She's got like she's in boots and like tight denim, so it doesn't look like she's in wrestling gear. So I'm imagining she's probably going to tell us about Rhea Ripley. Edward said, "This is why I've got AJ winning. The heat might be too much for Usyk, and his mind might not be in the fight. And AJ has a new trainer, and that's why I have AJ winning. Do you agree?" No. I think that the heat could affect both guys. I think that Usyk has been through a lot, but he could actually use that to his advantage. You know, we've seen some incredible performances from Ukraine athletes as they're kind of doing it to represent their country. So, you know, on the one hand, you could say that Usyk could be distracted, broken down, and all of that, but equally, he could be stronger. Mentally, you know, he could be, like, hyper-focused. So, I think Usyk wins it. Jeremy said, 23 months, did you get my tweets? I don't think so. If it was during the show, then I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. Tag me in it again. I wish I wasn't the one to break this news. You're not, Sean Ross Sapp. Rhea isn't going to be medically cleared in time to compete. So this match isn't happening. Yet. So when Rhea Ripley returns, I will be here and I will be ready. Who will I defend my title against? So we're waiting to find out. Alexa. Liv Morgan. Carmella. Not a great reaction for Carmella. Asuka. And we got Becky Lynch. What's it going to be? Fatal 5-way! Fatal 5-way! To see who faces Bianca. Here comes Big Time. So, does that mean we're done with Becky Asuka then? So, of the two things that were announced for Raw, one of them's been cancelled. There was two things announced. Elias is coming back and Becky versus Asuka. There's only one contender and you know that it's me. says big time. I've still not had my rematch after we had the greatest women's wrestling match in WrestleMania history. What's wrong with Rhea? I don't know. Sean Ross Sapp didn't know. Okay, so Becky said it's okay. Because when I win tonight, it'll mean when I take this title, it'll be much sweeter. Here comes Asuka. So, I'm guessing, are all 5 going to come down? Becky! 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 Are you crying? Are you still big time, baby? If you spent less time making Simpsons memes and taking the pee out of me, you'd be doing a bit better for yourself. Yeah, here's Liv. Big baby! The winner is Asuka. This Fatal 5-Way lineup definitely seems fishy. I wouldn't be surprised if Carmella wins to get face versus heel, says Darcy. That's a really good point. Because I think whoever wins is probably not going to win. I mean, I can see them not beating Bianca. I think Bianca takes that title into SummerSlam. So, Carmella stealing the win tonight. I think you could be onto something there. I'm glad that Asuka is back. Fate Ross Fate said, face the paralegal in a loser leaves town with 3 million. Here's Carmella. Something doesn't add up. Bayley versus Bianca at Money in the Bank. 1 year after they were supposed to wrestle for the belt at Money in the Bank, but couldn't because Bayley got hurt. Would be perfect, says Noah. Imagine Bayley walked out. It would be full circle from last year, says Omeran. Since Rhea is injured, I bet Ciampa will join Judgment Day. Carmella said, how about we take this lovable loser out of the match tonight, referring to Liv. Okay, so we've got Liv and Carmella going back and forth at the moment. Would you like it if Vince's trouble made him sell WWE and Eric Bischoff bought it and rebranded it WCW? No. WCW had some... I think Eric Bischoff showed when he ran WCW that he wasn't quite the sharpest pencil in the pencil case. There was some really good stuff they did, but like NWO, they absolutely milked and like, you know, it really got bloated and kind of fell in on itself. The wrestlers were all given way too much power. They could, you know, book themselves and decide what they wanted to do. And, I mean, the whole thing just fell apart, didn't it? I mean, it was horrific towards the end. WCW was, like, red hot for, like, 5 years, if that. 4 years. But by the time I get into like 99, 2000, it's dead. It's done. And I think it goes, what, 01? WWE Universe is ready for some action. Alexa Bliss has come down to the ring. Are we going with this match now, are we? Let's go. I think the Fatal 5-Way might be coming up next. Coming up next. The Fatal 5-Way. Don't forget, we've got the Money in the Bank predictions. I do tend to do them on this channel. So normally I would have done them yesterday. And we would have done Money in the Bank predictions. But they have been saved for this week's Wrestling Escape Pod. So it will be tomorrow. It will be on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. And we will be covering Money in the Bank quite in depth. Because we're doing the watch-along over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. So the watch-along isn't on this channel. It's on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel for Money in the Bank. So that prediction video, normally we're not very focused on wrestling. Like, we just go where the conversation goes. But tomorrow we will be. Because there's a lot to talk about. And obviously, I feel like I need to get Tommy up to speed with what's happening so that that watch along goes well. So yeah, we're gonna hammer Money in the Bank tomorrow. It's time to bring back Bayley, says Steve. What happened to Ripley? She is out with an injury, but we don't know the injury. Excellence of Execution said, I would save Becky and Belair for later in the year. Bad way to start the show. I'm waiting for Damien Sandow to return. Justin said Bianca is becoming cringe to watch. Alex Does Short said, I hope Seth wins Money in the Bank. Maka said, do you think Alexa and Liv become a tag team after Money in the Bank? I think there's a good chance for that, yes. Channel Name said, those fans better cheer more for Alexa. It seems like they want the full dark Alexa back. Do you think Liv and Alexa come tag team? Answered that one. Too many female faces, not enough heels, says David. Alex said, is there a wrestler you like, but it seems the majority of fans hate? Is there someone I like that the majority of fans hate? No, not that I can think of. I mean, I suppose in a way I have a little soft spot for Dana Brooke. That might be one. But I'm not... Yeah, I would say I like her. I'm not crazy about her. I'm not, like, into her like I'm into Gunther or into Asuka. But I do like Dana because she spent a long time in NXT. She went to the main roster. She seemingly has been given only like limited opportunities. On the mic, she's all right. In the ring, she's all right. She doesn't set the world on fire, but I really appreciate the work she puts in. She works hard. Like, she does whatever is asked of her. And actually, during Money in the Bank 2020, I think during lockdown, you know, the one where they did it inside the headquarters, I actually thought she was like fantastic in that. She was so funny. She sort of really found her groove there. I remember there was like a picture that was put over her head and she was like running around for a bit with the picture still over her head and she was like slipping over, falling into tables. She was kind of providing quite a bit of like comedy during that match. So I actually thought she was quite funny and quite fun there. And her promos and whatnot, you know, they're all right. She's all right. I think like she just gets a bit of a bad rep, really, Dana. So because she's not like the big star that Asuka or Becky, and she's never been booked like that serious, and she's jobbed an awful lot as well. But listen, you need jobbers. She performs a very important role. I mean, she, she's provided something different to the 24/7, title picture rather than it just being our truth all the time. I thought she was great in that Money in the Bank match in 2020. She can go in there and have a match. I mean, it's not going to be 5 stars. It ain't going to be 4, and it might struggle to be 3. But she'll go in there and do a job against someone and put them over. So I appreciate her for what she is, you know. I ain't going to sit here and say she's the best women's wrestler in the world, but I appreciate her for what she is. I'm pleased that they gave her the 24/7 title. I think she's had a good little run with it. 1, 2. They did this before. They did the small package little roll thing. Look how pleased they are with themselves for doing that. To absolute silence. Well, that went down really well with the crowd. Well done, girls. Rolling around. Right, we are underway with this Fatal 5-Way, and I don't know where everyone's gone, but we have literally just got these two. Oh my God! What? Again, silence. Silence. Why did they did that before? And I remember last time I watched it, I was like, why are they doing that? It looks rubbish. I hate that spot. That's not an original spot. It's something that we have seen done in the past before. And I just think it looks stupid. I think it looks silly, them just rolling around together. Carmella jumps in, tries to get the pin. Asuka's in there now. So now the other two go out, and now we've got Asuka and Carmella. Where the hell has Becky gone? Where's Becky gone? She turned invisible. What's going on? Oh, man, the spinning back fist. Spinning back fist by Asuka. There's Becky. She trips over Asuka, drags Asuka out the ring. Big boot. Asuka goes down. Alexa comes in. Alexa looking for the pin on Carmella. Shoulder up. Becky on the edge of the ring. Alexa coming over. Kick coming into the chest. High kick seemed to miss by Becky. Alexa goes down. Becky going up top. Leg drop. Alexa moves out the way. Bianca is sat watching. At ringside. Duck underneath. That strike seemed to miss by a mile as well by Alexa. I really don't know what's going on with this match, but a lot of these strikes seem so, like, obviously a long way off. Carmella saying some stuff to Alexa. Getting a reaction from the crowds. Talking some trash to Alexa. She slammed Alexa face first down in the ring. Slapped by Alexa. Straight to the midsection. Alexa looking to scoop, slam Carmella. Carmella pulls Alexa's hair. And Alexa goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Alexa. She rolls over, gets her shoulder up. Liv in the ring. Liv slingshotting Carmella into the corner. Carmella goes down. Liv going to the outside. Carmella down in the ring. Liv gesturing to the crowds. Getting a crowd reaction as Liv goes up, but Carmella pushes. Liv to the outside where there's a load of women waiting. Standing, watching, waiting. Alexa went for Sister Abigail. When was the last time that she did that? This isn't wrestling. This is sports entertainment, baby, says Justin. Whatever happened to Ripley must have been last minute because this is pretty sloppy with little planning. That is true, actually. That's a really good point. I do think this match seems off to me. Not just because of the roll-in thing, which I know ain't going to bother everyone, but it's a spot I've just never enjoyed. So I saw them do it last time and I was criticised it, and then they've done it twice here. But a lot of those strikes do seem like really off the mark. So yeah, it's a really good point. This is probably a match that has not been planned for, not been prepared for. Maybe they've not even had a chance to rehearse it, so maybe it is just like a last-minute thing. So I'll cut them some slack. But Lesnar being back for Roman is a good thing because this version of Lesnar deserves a win over Roman and is leaving anyway. They can redo the match that was cut short and Lesnar is full-time now, said WWE and AEW. I wonder what happened to Sonya Deville. They were doing a story where she got fired as an official and then nothing. That's a good point, actually. Although I did see her at Pride. She was at that Pride festival thing. Like, I saw her on a Pride parade. I don't know where, but she was on like a float that was sponsored by WWE. So I know that she is doing stuff and working with WWE. I don't know if she's picked up a slight knock or something. But it's a good point. She's certainly not part of any storylines at the moment. I bet they're in Gorilla saying, let's go out and do all the spots that YouTube bum doesn't like. It feels that way. It definitely feels that way. Darcy said, how do you feel about Brock returning and being in a program with Roman? Do you think it's possible that Brock will feud with someone first? Maybe Bobby. No, I don't think so. I know that SummerSlam is a little bit off, a little ways off, but no, I can't see him like feuding with someone. He might have match before it. He might face someone in a match, but I don't think it'd be like a feud. I don't think they would want to take the focus away from the build for SummerSlam, and really the build for SummerSlam looks like it's started. It looks like we're already up and running. I mean, it feels like Baron Corbin's working towards his next opponent, and it feels like Roman and Brock have got their match already booked. So I don't think there'd be another feud. My thoughts on it are that I understand why they did it. He's a massive star. It's probably their two biggest stars going up against each other again. It is a shame that it's them again. I would prefer it to be someone different, if I'm being honest, but I think they're quite limited for stars that are of that level. I think that for SummerSlam, you need some really big. Really big. I mean, you could make the argument that Royal Rumble looks after itself and Survivor Series looks after itself, because Survivor Series is Raw versus SmackDown, so whatever. Royal Rumble is the Royal Rumble. That's the big draw. So it's only really, apart from B shows, it's only really WrestleMania and SummerSlam that like demand massive main events. You can get away with B shows with doing Cody Seth, for example. You can even get away here. I mean, the Money in the Bank is headlined by Money in the Bank in a way. That's what people are going to tune in for. You know, to the point where Roman's not even on this next card. So I think that SummerSlam has to have something significant. And that's why they've gone with Brock. As we said, I think you could have gone with Edge. But you was probably limited for options. Head scissor takedown by Carmella. She chucks Becky on top of... I couldn't see who it was, but Liv. She chucked Becky on top of Liv. Asuka makes the save. We are back from commercial break. She seemed to land on like Liv's face there. Asuka only just making that save as well. Asuka in the ring with Carmella. Asuka kick to the midsection. Carmella kick to the head. Asuka goes down. 1, 2. Asuka kicks out. Carmella screams in frustration. 25 minutes into Raw. Nice takedown by Asuka. Trying to get the Asuka lock applied. Asuka lock almost in. Alexa. Double knees by Alexa. Becky throws Alexa out the ring. Becky has got Asuka. Asuka has managed to get round the back of Becky. She's looking for the Asuka lock. Liv is up. Drop kick. Asuka goes down. Liv gets thrown out the ring. Alexa up top. Forearm strike by Becky. Inside cradle. 2. Just a 2. 2 by Asuka. Becky has grabbed Asuka. Choke slam. Twisted Bliss breaks it up. 1, 2, Liv and Carmella make the save. Paige has been announced to appear at that StarCast event. Oh. I would imagine not in a match capacity. But that's still interesting. Do you think Stephanie will have the ability to make changes like release Bruce? No. She's got the ability to do it, but she won't do it. She is there as a figurehead. She's come into that position. She's CEO, and the reason why she's been selected is because she'll do what Vince wants. Kick by Asuka, and Alexa goes down. Asuka gets thrown outside. Liv. Double knees to Becky. Becky going against the ropes. Liv charges over, looking for a flatliner. She didn't get it. Becky. 1, 2, and Asuka grabs the leg of Becky, pulls Becky out the ring, duck underneath. High kick by Asuka as Becky goes down. Alexa Bliss kicks out at Asuka. Match has been better since we came back from the commercial break. Alexa up top. Twisted Bliss, knees up by Liv. Double knees by Liv, and Alexa rolls out the ring. Kick by Carmella, super kick, 2, 3, and Carmella does get it. Well done, Darcy. It was an excellent prediction. Carmella wins the match. It's going to be Carmella versus Bianca. It does make sense because it is going to be heel versus face. Also, don't expect Bianca to drop the title at Money in the Bank, so Carmella gets the job done. It's going to be Carmella versus Bianca. Won't be one that gets the juices flowing for people. It's not going to be a match that people are going to be crazy excited for. There could definitely be a more exciting option, but I think whoever was going to face her wasn't going to win. So Carmella being that person, I think the bigger focus is on the Money in the Bank, who wins that. Because whoever gets that is almost guaranteed to be a future champion. I think, if you're a Liv fan or an Alexa fan, if you're a fan of any of those women, it's better that they're not in the title match. If Asuka was in that title match, she ain't winning it. It's better for Asuka to try and win the Money in the Bank briefcase. Becky is going crazier Adam Pearce in Gorilla. As we go to commercial break. Amos should have come out instead of Brock. That would have been badass, says Black. I don't want to say I called it, but it was pretty predictable. WWE booking. Still called it. It's fine. I want Liv to win Money in the Bank. At least it's not another Becky Bianca match. Justin said Liv isn't going to win Money in the Bank. Harley said, I'm fine with that. I would rather see the other women in Money in the Bank. I'm excited to see Rhea versus Bianca at SummerSlam. Why does everyone think Vince is gone? He's still in charge of creative. Well, he has gone from being like CEO temporarily. And Steph is in charge. I think there's just people hoping that Steph might turn on Vince. and start doing what she wants to do. But I mean, Vince has still got the power. I think he's still got like 80% voting power and all of that on the board of directors. So he still gets like ultimate say, and is in charge of creative. It's just Steph's there just as a figurehead. But it's it's a sexy headline, isn't it? That Vince is no longer the CEO at the moment. So yeah, you can understand people that might not know the full story, or might be hoping that Steph's going to turn heel or turn on Vince. I'm shocked people have never called her heel Rhea diarrhea, says Brent. Diarrhea? Maybe they will. Maybe they'll be inspired by you after that. Izzy Girl said, I want my money back from watching that match. 729 TJH said, who wants to walk with Elias? We do have that coming up. We still got that to look forward to, and I don't know how they're going to do it, so quite excited for that. Lucas said, are you ready to walk with Elias? It seems like you lot are. There's definitely some excitement out there for the Elias segment, so... what is your favourite all-time theme song? Mine is Cody's. Don't know, to be honest. It's hard because some theme songs are just so perfect for the wrestler that they're fantastic, but they're not something I would choose to listen to, like Undertaker. So, like, Undertaker's theme song is perfect for him. His entrance is one of the greatest of all time. Just gives me goosebumps. It's given me goosebumps so many times in my life, seeing Undertaker come down. And that when his music hits and the entrance, and like, it's such an amazing thing. But I wouldn't choose to listen to that as a track. Do you know what I mean? There's like the DX song, or Triple H's Time to Play the Game by Motorhead. Like there's so many better tracks that I would choose to listen to. But man, it doesn't mean that Undertaker's wasn't absolutely incredible. The same with Brock as well. I do love Brock's. I think Brock, just when that hits, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, like it's just, again, I wouldn't choose to just listen to it. So, hard to say what your favourite is, because is your favourite one that you would listen to and you just love it as a track? Or is your favourite one that you just think works perfectly for a wrestler? No more ladies for the rest of the show. It's time to change the channel, said Zoom Station. Money in the Bank winner of the briefcase might be Morgan or Bliss, says Greg. Becky is still going off at Adam Pearce. Becky says, I'm on the poster. I'm on the freaking poster. How? Okay, so Becky Lynch against Asuka. Becky says, what is going on here? She's just been told that she's going to face Asuka in that Money in the Bank qualifying match tonight. Right, what have we got? Mr. McMahon. Anyone expect this? Anyone expect this? Anyone expect Vinnie Mac? Mr. McMahon is here. Hide your paralegals! Yeah, big reaction from the crowd, you know. You've got no chance. No chance at all. Look at him. Vinnie Mac making his way down. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. McMahon. Good reaction. In living color. Vince in the ring. (1517th edition of Monday Night Raw. Longest running episodic TV show in history. And therefore I say thank you. He's thanking the fans. Oh, he's talking about Cena. Cena returns next week. Mr. Hustle, Loyalty, Respect returns next week. And that's it. An announcement that's already been made. Oh, he almost trips. Vince almost trips as he leaves the rings. Jumping around. What's Vince doing? God, Vince struggled to get out the ring then. He almost tripped over the rope. Made his way down. He had a little smile on his face. Just in case you was wondering, he's still not gone in hiding. Wonder if this will be a weekly thing again. So Vince coming out just to let us know John Cena is back next week. Vince is trolling at this point. He's lost his mind. The man is off his head. He nearly took a spill leaving the ring. The live crowd got trolled. Vince isn't CEO. He can get drunk on the job. Do you think he was backstage drinking, going, I'm going out there? And they're like, no, what are you going to say? Cena's back next week. Yeah, but they know that. We've told them. I'm going to tell him again. His show, man. He's got that IDGAF money. Vince needs a hobby. He should try lawn bowls. Darwin says, I love Vince. Zoom Station said it was embarrassing. Vince McMahon reigns. That was a waste of time. Vince promos aren't what they used to be. Do you know what, though? I actually thought he spoke a bit clearer and he was a little bit more easy to understand and a little bit better, actually, in his communication than when we saw him in those theory videos. Those theory videos were awful. Those theory videos, he was like mumbling. You couldn't quite hear what he was saying. The audio seemed... It might have just been how they were recorded. But it felt like Vince was just really starting to lose his communication. Like, he was just starting to really go into like a mumble. That was actually relatively clear. I could understand there what he was saying. But yeah, his promos aren't what they were, like, you know, from the Attitude Era. Does anyone know if Elias is returning tonight? He's meant to, yes. He's meant to. Have you got an early Royal Rumble pick? Probably Cody, yeah. Probably Cody. For the women, no, to be honest. I think it's really hard to know which way they're going. I mean, we don't know who will be champion by the time we get there, but I think Cody was going to be, main event in WrestleMania next year. All along, and I think, yeah, Cody winning Rumble makes sense. A waste of airtime. Now Vince isn't in charge, it's Steph's time. Watching your dog sleep is better than watching Raw, says Calvin. Legend Gamer said, what if Goldust returned and helped Cody win Money in the Bank qualifying match? He's injured. He'd have to help him win the Money in the Bank itself, which would have been fun. That could have been a lot of fun, actually. if Cody had managed to actually somehow get into that match. But the only problem is the timing of his injury is horrific. I think if his injury had happened just before Money in the Bank, he might have still done Money in the Bank, just like he just did that Hell in a Cell. He might have still done Money in the Bank with that injury, but now he's had surgery on it. He can't take any risks because it could now get damaged again. Bro. Here's Riddle. Bro. Do, 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 do. I think it's obvious that Linda will win the Women's Royal Rumble. I've tagged you in some. There's another lawsuit investigation coming, says Brenton. Have a look. Riddle has made his way down to the ring. WWE is facing another investigation. On June 15th, Wall Street Journal reported an investigation into hush money. Now the law firm is investigating WWE on behalf of investors for violations of the security laws. The investigation is focused on whether WWE issued false or misleading statements to disclose information to investors. The law firm is, with losses 10,000 to contact the firm. Show law firm, National Shadow Rights, Nazis investigating claims on behalf of investors. Violation of securities law. Investigation focuses on whether the company issued false or misleading statements. WWE is the subject of an article. So, according to the article, the company's board is investigating secretly $1 million. Agreed to pay departing employee who fair, blah, blah, blah. Article continues, board investigation again in April. On June 17th, the company issued a press statement. If your shareholders suffered a loss, please click to participate. I encourage you to contact class in this case. So is that just the shareholders saying that WWE held this information from them? I suppose they're probably upset because I don't know what it's done to the share price, this announcement, but I would imagine it has damaged it. But saying that, even if the shareholders were told about this, it would have damaged the share price, so... Don't know. Seems like a bit of much ado about nothing. The announcement didn't mention the chairman of WWE during Vince's entrance, says Bastion. Yeah, well, I don't know when she took over. She might have already took over. It might have been with, like, immediate effect. I mean, he didn't say anything, but it's still going to do a job in it. It's still going to have people talking. I've said before about how Vince tries to control the narrative that's out there about him. So if there's a lot of, like, bad press, he tries to put out some... well, not good press, but tries to put out some other stories to try and bury that. So, he's appeared on SmackDown. That was announced. And, people talking about what he did on SmackDown, which wasn't much. But what he did was the subject of quite a bit of conversation. And now out the blue, he's just turned up on Raw. And people will analyse that as well. People will ask the question, what was the point in that? Why did he just do that? But one of the reasons, I think, is, well, a couple of things. It's very much the same as what we saw with SmackDown. I think that this allows him to get another story out there in the wrestling press that Vince was on Raw this time, unannounced, just came walking out. If you wake up tomorrow and you didn't watch Raw, and you see that Vince was on Raw, you're going to want to know what Vince said. Those are stories that are going to get clicks. Because if you never saw the show, you're not going to know what he said. And you're going to want to know what he said. Turns out he didn't really say anything again, but that's irrelevant. It's another article. It's another story. It's something else that's out there. And that means that all those Wall Street journals, hush money, all of that, they just take another step lower. They just get knocked down the pecking order another rung, because you've got the SmackDown, Vince on SmackDown, you've got Vince on Raw, and those Wall Street Journal hush money stories just get just a little bit more obscured. They just get a little bit less focus than what they were. I mean, imagine if Vince hadn't been on SmackDown, hadn't been on Raw, hadn't have done those segments. So, those stories would be much more prominent. They're still going to be the prominent stories, but the point is there are other stories now that are taking focus away from them. Vince being on SmackDown, Vince being on Raw. But the other thing is that he is showing the shareholders, he's showing the WWE Universe that he's not scared, he's not in hiding, he's not in retreat mode. Do you know what I mean? He's literally front and center. Jim Cornette said similar. I heard him talk about it earlier, and he was saying it's like 9/11. Bear with me. It's in the sense of when that happened, George Bush knew he had to be seen. He needed the people to see him. When you go through a situation, yeah. When you go through something like this and you're going through a storm, and obviously you can't compare what Vince is going through to 9/11, but I'm just saying, that was the worst tragedy ever, and the president knew he needed to be seen. In Vince's world, this is a tragedy for him, and he knows he needs to be seen. It needs to be seen for the shareholders. He needs to be seen by the WWE Universe, and so he puts himself out there so that you know that he's not scared, not in hiding, not in retreat mode. So it serves purposes. There'll be plenty of people that just look at it what it is going, what is he doing? Has he lost his mind? He's actually playing a different game. You're playing checkers, he's playing chess. I don't know why I deleted that. I wanted to add the word promo. It is a promo. Riddle promo is what we've got now. RK Bro chants. Riddle said he let Randy down. I let Randy down. I might be down, but I'm not out. You gotta kill me to stop me. Do you know what I can do? I could win Money in the Bank. So Riddle points at Riddle winning Money in the Bank's one that I didn't consider, to be honest. Riddle said, I know it's a long shot. I could end his reign of terror. I could finally get that sweet vengeance. Hollywood Guy said, one question, is Steph really in charge, or what we haven't seen her, it could be a work? No, I think she'd really be in charge. This is stuff that's too serious. Like, this situation isn't a work, because it's thrown up too much stuff that you wouldn't want thrown up. It's brought a load of past allegations to light, and it's just, it's a bad image as well for WWE. Do you know what I mean? Having affairs and paying hush money, and this is a family product with sponsors and everything. Like, it's not a good look. So, it's certainly not a work, the actual story. And at that point, then, you are responsible to shareholders. And, there's big legal repercussions. You've got to be dotting every I, crossing every T. If you say that Vince has stepped down from being CEO and there's a new temporary interim CEO, then you'd better be doing that. I mean, everyone knows that she might as well not be, because she's always going to do what Vince wants her to do. She's, daddy's girl, so she's always going to do what Vince wants. But no, I think she's definitely in position as the CEO. Vince has gone insane, says JS17. I hope we get him every week, trolling the crowd and getting the IWC angry. It's funny, he should do it every week. Listen, I think if the IWC can't see what he's doing and don't understand why he's doing it, that's on them more than it is on him. Like, we've explained why he's doing it. It makes perfect sense why he's doing it. It's to do with, like, shareholders. It's to do with the press. It's to do with the negative coverage that he's getting. And even though he might not be going out there and, like, you know, talking about it, which would be a stupid thing to do, which is what the IWC would want him to do. They you know, look, they would love this to play out on TV. This is all just entertainment to loads of people. Do you know what I mean? Let's have Vince go out there and talk about it live on Raw. Well, he's not going to do that, is he? So, you know, look, if there's people online that don't get it, it's on them more than it's on Vince. Owen said, thank you for reading my comment. My boy loves WWE. You are the best. Owen, the Tribal Chief fan, shout out to you. I'm glad that your boy loves WWE. That's cool. It's really cool. Brent said, I believe Vince is flexing his public support muscle to help with his case. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good point, because if there are any questions about is Vince the right person, again, is Vince the right person to lead this company going forward? That could be in the minds of the board of directors. You know, is Vince, how has fans reacted to this news? The other thing as well is that the longer this goes, the more that fans will talk, and the more that opinions will be formulated, and the more that, you know, it kind of spirals, I don't want to say out of control, but again, I have to go back to, he wants to control the narrative. He wants to be the one that's in control, and that is what he's doing. Right now, he can go out there and he can show the shareholders that he's not hiding and that he's still the right person for the job. And as you say, he's still got public support. He got a great reaction when his music hit there. You know, you could say it's actually, what he's done actually is a bit of a gamble, because if his music hit and he walked out and it was a chorus of boos, then that would have been horrific for him. Because that is a very clear message to the board of directors that Vince is starting to lose the fans. And if Vince loses the fans, I don't know where we go, to be honest. I don't know where we go. But he has come out twice now, and twice he's got really good reactions from the fans. This one probably even better than the one from SmackDown. And it shows that the allegations that have been made against him haven't got, like, negative reactions with the hardcore fan base. So yeah, it's true. It's achieving quite a few different things. Him going out there, and he might continue to do it. He might, who knows? You might see him again on Friday. You might see him again, you know, next Monday when Cena comes back. It might be that he goes out there. And it might be that he tries to be a bit more of a presence on screen at the moment as he continues to fight this. But, you know, just praising. It's great to be in Minnesota. I mean, he is proper baby facing. Isn't he? Proper baby facing. Talking about the history of Raw. It's been going for more than 30 years. The longest running episodic show. I just want to say thank you, fans, for that. It's all very babyface from Vince as he panders. Right, Riddle versus Amos. Daniel said Danielson has a segment that was just announced for Wednesday addressing Forbidden Door and Blood and Guts, but Meltzer said he wasn't cleared last week from injury. Hope his speech is that he's fine, says Daniel. He was introduced as Mr. McMahon, says Brent. Steven said, thought Liv was fighting Alexa. No, well, there was a fatal 5-way match, and that opened the show. It was interesting to hear Vince calling Cena the best superstar in WWE history. Do you agree Cena was the best full package? One of, but I wouldn't say the. I mean, if I didn't catch exactly what Vince said, I heard him call Cena like the best, but I don't know if he said the best in WWE history or the best in Raw history or how he worded it, like the specifics of how he worded it would have been very important. If he said the best in WWE history, I would find that very surprising because that's exactly what he said about Stone Cold. Maybe it's just one of those whereby if Vince is promoting you and building you up, then you're going to be the best for that time. It's not going to be of concern to Vince whether what he's telling you is the truth or not. He's not going to, do you know what I mean? His personal opinion could be something completely different. But, he spoke about Stone Cold being, like, the most important. So, I've always kind of put Stone Cold, like, he talks about Undertaker being his greatest creation. He talks about Stone Cold being the most important. And, I don't know, perhaps he does regard Cena as the best. Which would be, it would be interesting if so. But I think it's definitely in the conversation. I think anyone that runs at the top as long as Cena did has to be in the conversation, along with Roman, Rock, Stone Cold, Hogan, Randy. I think could get into that conversation. Randy maybe has never been the guy, but he's always been around. You know, and he's been, it's been over, it's been 20 years? So, yeah, he's got to be in the conversation as well. Maybe Brock also. The only thing with Brock is he went away for a long time, and his schedule is quite infrequent. So, I think Brock maybe misses out just because of his lack of activity. But, I think if you look at Brock as an overall package, I think he's got to be maybe the most dominant, most powerful. I mean, honestly, I don't know what you Brock versus Andre the Giant. I feel like Brock's winning that, but I've got no. I don't know. I feel like Brock's winning it. It'd be really interesting. I feel like Brock is going to be too powerful for Andre. I think if Andre starts charging towards Brock, he just uses his hands to, use his boxing. I think he could be quite evasive as well. Maybe slip out the way, look for a takedown, get Andre down on the ground. He doesn't need to pick him up and slam him. Can he just, get him off balance? Could he just pop him in the chin? I feel like Brock. If it was Brock Andre, I'd be leaning Brock. I'd be leaning Brock to get the win. So yeah, I think there's a chance that Brock's the most powerful, most dominant superstar we've ever seen. So maybe he's in the conversation as well. Amos beats Riddle. Riddle gets slammed down. I thought we were building towards like Amos and MVP against the Dirty Dogs. Because remember they came back the other week. Riddle slammed down. Let's have a look at the power of the Nigerian Giant. I like the name the Nigerian Giant Amos. Just Amos on its own's a bit. I must admit, I am surprised that Amos has been able to get the victory on Riddle. Bobby versus Brock. Brock loses, says Rusty. I think Brock wins. Here's Seth. I remember Brock and Braun. Do you remember when Braun caught Brock with a stray knee? I think there was a knee strike in the Royal Rumble that was snug. bit of a potato, really annoyed Brock, and so Brock cracked Braun with a punch. And there's a moment where Braun's like, is out on his feet, man. He's there for the taking. If Brock wanted to follow up with something, he could have legit put Braun Strowman away. There's a moment where Braun is completely disorientated because Brock proper catches him with a shot because Braun had caught Brock with, I'm sure it was a knee. It's a famous clip. You'd easily find it. But he's like, for a moment, there's enough time there for, if it was an actual fight, Brock would be able to come in and finish the job. And I know that Bobby's been in Bellator and he's done like MMA, but man, Brock's done it against some of the best of all time. I mean, Brock's got wins over the likes of Frank Mir, which is amazing. He's got some great victories. Some great victories Brock's got. Seth in the ring. He chucks Riddle out. Where are we? We're first hour done. Let's see what Seth's got to say. Seth cackling away. Seth in a white and pink suit. Those the pink bits, I can't tell. I think it's like a leopard print type thing. Seth calls Riddle the ultimate loser. Randy. Bobby has beaten Brock already. Yeah, but we're talking about, like, you're talking about booking. Not talking so much about booking. Talking about, like, if you was to put Andre and Brock in the ring and just let them go. If you used to put Brock and Bobby in the ring and just let them go. Cain Velasquez, better hope that he don't get put away, says David. I watched Bobby. He'd give Brock a fight, but Brock would win. Seth says Roman's been ducking and diving. In 2 weeks, I'm going to climb the ladder. If you thought the first time I cashed in my Money in the Bank was something... Wait for my next one. So, Seth saying that he's going to win Money in the Bank. He's going to cash it in. Riddle jumps back into the ring and he attacks Seth. Over in the corner. Curb stomp by Seth. Seth hits a curb on Riddle. Riddle is down. Seth backing over to the corner. It looks like... Is he going to get into position to hit another one? No. I thought he was backing into the corner to hit a second, but he's just gone with one. Brandy, hello Brandy. Hope you are well. Shout out to you. Brandy said, Days, what if Luke 2014, the fan reaction was in response to the allegations and not to Vince himself? The fan reaction was in response to the allegations and not Vince himself. I believe the SEC issue is separate from the allegations. By the way, hello. The SEC is different to the allegations. What, the one that we just read is different? Let me have a look. SEC, WWE investigation. So this came through 9 hours ago. I've got a different article on it here. Violations of security laws. Per press release. Investigation will focus on whether WWE issued false or misleading statements and or failed to disclose information pertinent to investors. Okay, so it comes down to that they issued false or misleading statements or failed to disclose information that's pertinent to investors. Which, is that not linked to this, though? I'm under the impression that this is still linked to the allegations, and that the shareholders are upset that they were not given this information, or that they were misled on that information. Investigation focuses on whether the company issued false and or misleading statements, disclosed information pertinent to investors. You see, it doesn't actually say where. Literally, this is what it says. It says the investigation focuses on whether the company issued false and or misleading statements and or failed to disclose information pertinent to investors. WWE is the subject of a June 15, 2022 article in the Wall Street Journal. So they do mention that article. They do, in this information here, it does seemingly connect the two to that. Agreed to pay a departing employee, blah, 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 blah. If you are a shareholder who suffered a loss, click here to participate. Yeah, I mean, that's all it says. It doesn't actually specify what they feel they've been misled on, potentially misled on. It doesn't specify what information they think is false. It doesn't specify what they feel they've been misled on. But the statement that came out does talk about June 15th and the Wall Street Journal article. So, I don't know, to be honest. Without more information on it, without knowing exactly what they're referring to, I'm just thinking that it's connected. Otherwise, why would they mention this? The fan reaction was in response to the allegations and not to Vince himself, ? The fan reaction was to the allegations and not to Vince himself. Well, the fan reaction was a positive reaction. I don't know. So, like, are we talking about when Vince came out? I don't know what we're referring to. Are we referring to, like, when Vince walks out and he gets a positive reaction, or are we talking about the IWC? It's complex, isn't it? There's lots of moving parts with all of this. My feeling on it is right now, and I'm quite happy to hold my hands up and say that I could be wrong on this, because I only just heard about this second investigation, like, live on stream. But just quickly reading through the statement a couple of times, it doesn't really specify as to what information is meant to be hidden, or what information was meant to have been misleading, or what information was meant to be false. But as I said before, the statement does then go on to mention June 15th and the article from the Wall Street Journal and the hush money allegations and all of that kind of stuff, which is what made me think that they were connected. But without more information, don't know. Yes, Days, it's as if the crowd is happy that Vince is going away. That's why they cheered him. No, I have to disagree with that. I have to disagree with that, because I think if you don't like someone, when a heel, you know, Vince, first of all, he's not going away. He's still in charge of creative, right? So he's not leaving. This isn't nah, goodbye. Like, Vince is still there. He's not going anywhere. He's still in charge of creative. Steph is just interim CEO. So whilst the allegations are, like, being investigated, that's why he's just took that slight step back. But the person that's in charge isn't really in charge. The person that's in charge is yes, dad, no, dad, 3 bags full, dad. So I can't agree with that. I can't agree that when Vince comes out, there's big cheers because people are happy that he's leaving. When A, he's not leaving, and B, why would they? If they're happy that he's going because he's guilty or they perceive him to be guilty, how would your natural reaction be to cheer? It wouldn't, would it? If you see someone that you think is guilty and you're happy is leaving, wouldn't you be booing them and doing the nah, hey, goodbye, and doing those kind of chants rather than, yeah, I'm glad you're leaving? There was no chance of you suck. There was no chance of goodbye. Nothing like that. That was a genuine, positive, oh my God, Vince McMahon's here. This is cool. It's great to see Vince. Reaction is totally how I read that reaction. Totally how I read that reaction. Could I be reading it wrong? I don't think so. I don't think so, because as I said, if it was one of like, I'm happy you're going, you wouldn't cheer and not say like anything. Wouldn't? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't seem to make much sense to me. I think that Vince has done that by design, because I think he knows that he's still got like the hardcore fans. And as I said, it was a bit of a gamble him going out there and doing that, because if he didn't and he got booed out the building, that would have sent a very strong message to the board of directors that Vince has lost the fans. I don't think the board of directors can look at that and watch that and think that Vince has lost the fans. But put your thoughts in the chat. But Brandy, I appreciate your thoughts on that. The SEC issue could turn out to be separate. If you're saying that you believe that they are separate, then that's going to be very interesting. So I really appreciate you dropping that in, because it will get me to revisit it. I just can't find anything at the moment that does kind of like that does show it to be separate. But maybe there's other articles out there that I've seen 2 articles on it. So I will quite happily admit I'm not the most informed on it. When you go to the show, they make you cheer. They also put sound effects to make it seem like people are cheering. That's true. But if it was fake crowd noises, then you would have seen people in the background booing. People can make their feelings known, even if they put fake crowd noises over the top of it. But you could quite clearly see the fans' reaction. So there was cheering, and some of it could have been sweetened. I've got no problem with saying that, but it was like on Friday when he came out, you could see there was no one giving a thumbs down. Well, certainly not that I could see. It was people applauding, it was people cheering, and anyone else that wasn't doing that were just standing there neutral. But yeah, here I didn't see anyone in the background like being down, and you could see a lot of people like showing support. We've got Austin in the ring, showing off his body again. We've got Bobby Lashley in the ring. Bobby Lashley is in there posing as well. I want to read this from Trini. Trini says, Austin said, I know I'm good, but quiet down. Trini, where did Trini's go? Trini had some update on that thing just. Oh, Trini, where did your thing go? I'll find it. So we've got Bobby in there, and we've got Austin in there. Austin gets speared off the platform. Speared off the platform. Trini, where did your message go, mate? It's linked to previous selling of shares by the McMahon family. When? In 2020? Where have you got that, Trini? Have you got the article for that? Because that's interesting. Because there was people saying that Kevin Dunn could get investigated for that. Because he sold shares not too long ago before this story about Vince came out. And people were saying, like, well, he knew to sell his shares and he knew that this was coming. And could there potentially be some insider trading case that comes against Kevin Dunn? So, and Kevin Dunn's the guy that actually produces, helps produce all the shows. He's like a big, powerful executive. So there was question marks around him on this for selling shares and having insider knowledge. I don't know what's come of that, actually. Brandy said it could be linked, but a separate investigation. Yes. Yes, I agree with that. I agree that it's a separate investigation, but maybe it's not linked either now. Perhaps if it goes back to 2020, although saying that, apparently this affair was from 2019. We've got Judgment Day. Even though on the 26th you're streaming Money in the Bank 2016, I will tune in, even though I'm not into wrestling anymore. That is my favourite pay-per-view, says JS17. Yeah, it'll be good. We are doing a retro watch-along the Sunday before Money in the Bank, so this Sunday come in. Yeah, it'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. And it's been a while since we've done a retro watch-along, actually. I'll get asked for it quite a bit. So I thought we would do that. That's on the Escape Pod. Simon said, read my last comments. Simon said, it's like wrestling fans cheer a wrestling promoter. That means nothing. Satanists cheer Satan. That doesn't mean that he's good. I mean, that is true, but equally, like I've said before, I'm not trying to defend Vince here because he doesn't need defending. Do you know what I mean? He's a 70-year-old guy who's done tons of stuff that I hate. You know, him letting go those wrestlers was horrific that were under contract for budget reasons. I mean, let's not forget the budget reasons are his fault. It's because he went over budget to start with. I know he's going to want to blame pandemic, and that's just like convenient, but he was snapping up people and signing them to big contracts so they couldn't go to AEW, and then all of a sudden he's got to let them all go a little bit, like, you know, a little bit further down the road. Like, that was an iceberg that you could see come in. You knew that there was going to be, you know, a massive wage bill. You couldn't just sign all these people to big contracts to stop them going to AEW and then be surprised that you're over your wage budget. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no excuse for that. So he certainly doesn't need, like, defending, but I don't know that there's... I think the general feeling is that, like, Vince got into an affair. Is that the right thing to do? No. Is it a good enough reason for Vince to lose his job? I would say no. Him being in an affair, I don't think it's a good enough reason for him to lose his job. We don't know, obviously, the details of that affair. I believe it to be consensual. I don't believe there was, like, pressure applied, or, you know, the girl was in a situation she didn't want to be in. I mean, that could change things. Details on that kind of, you know, on her side of it. But she's obviously signed an NDA, so I don't know if we're ever going to really find that out. I don't know if we're ever going to get, like, the truth or get her side of it. So I have no idea. I mean, as far as I know, he had an affair. Him and Linda haven't been together for a long time, is what the reports have said. And then I genuinely think the biggest problem isn't so much the affair. It's more, well, until we hear from the girl. I mean, the girl might, you know, have a different story, but I think it's the money that was paid. But Jerry McDevitt has come out and said that that $3 million was not company money. That was Vince's money. So there seems to be contradicting reports as to where that money has come from. I genuinely think a lot of the hardcore fans in particular are kind of looking at it just like, you know, it's not great. No one can say this is great. You know, being married and having an affair is not great. But we don't know, you know, we don't know in what state his marriage was in at the time. And equally, we don't know, we know that he shouldn't be getting in relationships with people in the company. But is that good enough for him to lose his job? You know, some of this could look a little like a witch hunt. Just a little. You know, he's been through much worse. He's been accused of a lot worse. He's had pretty, you know, really serious allegations against him of like sexual harassment and all that kind of stuff in the past. So, you know, if this is a consenting relationship, then I don't know. It's not one, I must admit, it's not one that's, of all the things to bring down Vince, this doesn't feel like it to me. This doesn't feel like it. I know it's a different world now, and good for it as well. That, you know, there's, you know, people in those positions of power just can't get away with things like they used to, which is great and good and right. But this just doesn't feel like what's going to bring Vince McMahon down. I expect it to be a case that, you know, it'll be investigated. The findings of that investigation will be brought to Vince's attention. I don't know if the findings of that investigation will ever be made public, but there could be a statement that says, like, the investigation is concluded and Vince has been reinstated as the CEO. I expect him to go back being the CEO. I expect the investigation to, you know, just... where's it going to go? I mean, Vince has got 80-odd% voting rights. Like, he's so powerful. Even without being CEO and chairman, he's so powerful that it's just really hard to know where it's gonna play out and how it plays out. But this doesn't feel like it. My gut feeling is this isn't what brings down Vince. There could be some. I mean, maybe if the story develops, as I said, certainly if we hear this woman's side and she talks about how she was intimidated or something, that could start changing perception then. But without that, I don't think this is it. Here's Austin Theory backstage. Okay, so Austin Theory said if Bobby Lashley wants to face me, he's going to have to beat 3 people in a gauntlet match tonight. So Austin Theory walks off. Bobby Lashley's going to have to beat 3 people in a gauntlet match tonight on Raw. So if Lashley wins, he'll face Theory for the United States Championship at Money in the Bank. So I'm sure Bobby Lashley will end up winning that. I don't give a bleep about the affair. Morally, it's wrong, but let's be real. Money being paid, that's the issue. And the part where she was given to John. Yeah, that given to John thing. I mean, obviously, I don't want to, you know, go too far down this rabbit hole, but that given to John thing, she was given to John as his personal, like, PA, I believe. So I believe it was that. Was it not along those lines? That her position changed and she was, like, made John Laurinaitis' like, personal secretary, personal PA, personal paralegal, whatever it was. So I think it was something along those lines. There's been a lot of new matches the past week. There must be new writers, says Brent. I heard Vince has been fired and removed all powers, including creative control. No. You've heard wrong. Unless that's breaking news. I think that this is where it gets confused. He's not the CEO chairman anymore. But even that's only temporary. Here's Usos, and Street Profits are making their way down. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Jens said, I feel like if you're paying someone $3 million to keep quiet, there must be something bad going on. Well, that's a fair assumption to make in all fairness. But I think any affair would be problematic. Because, to be honest, you shouldn't be getting in a relationship with someone in the company. I mean, there's no defending that. It is bad. I don't think it's bad enough for him to lose his job. But it is bad, like, for him to, like, get in a relationship. And also when he's married as well. I mean, you know, there's been plenty of people on Twitter saying, and he had the nerve to say that Sasha and Naomi were unprofessional. Because it's a whole new level of unprofessional, isn't it, really? It's actually getting into relationships with, like, people in work when you're in your 70s and you've been married for God knows how many years. So, you know, it's and then, like, you know, he boosted her pay, and, you know, there's definitely stuff here that's not acceptable. I don't know. I don't think anyone's saying that this, you know, he comes out of this looking like a flipping saint. It's the thing is trying to figure out how bad is it. And with some of those details missing, it's really hard to know. But yeah, to a billionaire like Vince, like $3 million, it's not that much. I don't even know how he came to that figure, to be honest. I don't know how he got to $3 million. But to someone like Vince, to just have that kind of problem go away, $3 million, and that's it. Don't need to worry about that now. Dawkins against Jey Uso is going to be our next one. Maybe if Vince and Linda did split a long time ago, I would be concerned about the jokes you made about her. Listen, just don't ask why they split, yeah? Angelo Dawkins then taking on Jey Uso. We are, next commercial break, going to do halftime scores as well. I know a lot of the conversation tonight is, like, really heavy and serious, but it's just a little difficult to avoid it because it is the biggest thing that's going on in WWE. And, of course, we've just had that second investigation information come through as well. I mean, on this show, we've had Vince talk, which we didn't expect to see. And during the stream, we've had information break through. Well, I never saw it earlier if it broke before. It looks like it did. About a second investigation into shareholders feeling that they had false information and all that kind of stuff. The only thing I would say is that I think these investigations are maybe a little more common than what you think, what you know. I feel like we've been down these paths before where shareholders have accused WWE of not giving, like, information and all that kind of stuff. So, again, I don't know. I just feel like that some of these things are just part and parcel of running a business. You're going to get these kind of disgruntled shareholders. You're going to get, well, certainly not the affair thing. That's on Vince. But the shareholders thing, I think, could be just part and parcel of, like, you know, the company. It's tricky. It is tricky because, like, he could be guilty of, like, some really bad stuff. I mean, she could have been intimidated. She could have felt pressured into it. She could have, do you know what I mean? Not wanted to have got into that affair, into that relationship. And, you know, it might have been something that's, you know, they've had to spend $3 million to keep quiet because they know they've really effed up. I mean, you could absolutely look at it that way. Without more information, I just really don't know. But of what I've seen so far and the stuff that I've read and, you know, listened to conversations being spoken about it. I mean, I've listened to Sean Ross Sapp talk about it. I've listened to Cornette talk about it. I've listened to Observer talking about it. I've seen the news reports on it. So, I've watched quite a bit about it, and I've listened to quite a few different voices on it, and I've, it just doesn't, for me right now, it doesn't seem like this is bad enough to bring down Vince. And I think that's why when he goes out there, he gets that reaction, because I think a lot of people are feeling similar. That it doesn't seem like this is the end. It doesn't seem like this is going to bring him down. But as we said, as more information comes to light, who knows? Let's try and blast down some of the comments. Legend Killer, hello. Halftime scores? Yes. Halftime scores. Get them in right now. Fire in your halftime scores. We are at commercial break. James said, are you doing Forbidden Door? Yeah, we'll do it. I'll do Forbidden Door, and I'll do the Retro Watch Along. I don't know how appealing Forbidden Door is going to be. I don't know. I mean, the build for it hasn't really grabbed people's attention, so I don't know. But we will do it. I might have to move that retro. I might have pushed it a little too close. Are you doing Forbidden Door? Yes. The part where Vince is wrong is that he abused his power to sleep with the lady. The fact that he had to pay her that much tells me it wasn't consensual, and then the Laurinaitis thing. Well, I don't know. I think that's an assumption to say that because he paid her $3 million, it wasn't consensual. I don't know. I don't know that I can go that far and agree with you on that. I mean, did he abuse his power? Yes, he did. He did, because, he shouldn't be getting in relationships in his company, and I think he knows that. And I think that him giving her, a pay rise and all of that, it also does not reflect well. And so it could be that is part of the reason why the $3 million was paid. But it feels to me that the company, look, I mean, what are you going to do to Vince if he has, abuses his position and has an affair? Is that enough for him to lose his job? For some out there, your AEW fans, people that hate Vince McMahon anyway, yes, it will be enough for them. But in the actual real world, where, the company is very profitable, are the shareholders going to want Vince out of a job for that reason, considering how successful WWE has been in recent years? You've got to look at it from the shareholder point of view. Will the board of directors, who have got loads of shares, by the way, are they going to want to take Vince out and go with someone different at the top? Because that is going to drastically impact the share price. If you take out the guy that has overseen every decision pretty much WWE has ever made, built the company, took gambles with WrestleMania, everything about WWE has gone through Vince McMahon. Are you going to take him out of that position because he had an affair? I mean, I don't think you do. Unless there becomes no option. Unless he's done something so bad that there's no option, you absolutely cannot continue with Vince. I don't see how he gets removed. And right now, I just don't think there's enough evidence to suggest that he's done anything other than had an affair, which he shouldn't have had. Dawkins going for the pin. William, hello. Hope you are well. If Vince gets charged, then it could be because it's a family show and he'll lose major sponsors. Well, I mean, it's a good point that right now, the allegations, we've not seen any sponsors leave. Again, if you want to see the temperature of the water, that's always a good indicator. How hot is the water that Vince is in, can be answered by what reaction is he getting from the crowd and how many sponsors have left. The answer is he's getting a positive reaction and no sponsors have left. So I'd say the it's warm. But I don't know that it's got hot yet. But as you said, if sponsors start to go, you know, this thing can spiral, absolutely. Dawkins has got a win over Jey Uso. Dawkins getting a victory. Victory for the Street Profits. Board isn't going to want Vince out, but the board tend to be scummy. Whoever is best with money so they can earn more. Of course it's scummy. I don't disagree with that. The whole thing is scummy. The whole business world is scummy. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's best for business is not just a line the McMahons use. Oh, hello. On TV. I mean, it's just part of the business world, isn't it? What's best for business. Here's Ezekiel. We're backstage. Okay, that looks. So we've got Ezekiel and we've got Elias. I can't tell if that's a real beard or fake. I feel like it's fake. Yeah, that looks fake. The beard looks fake. It looks like a fake beard. I think it's a fake beard. So we've got them both backstage at the same time, both sat on a sofa. It's been shot very well. With Elias. This means the world to me. This is one that people were really interested in. What were they going to do? We've got Ezekiel and we've got Elias both on a sofa backstage. I think it's backstage. It's got like corrugated kind of metal background with like some kind of print on the wall. Like a rug or something. They've done really, really well to get them both on at the same time. I know how you would do it. But I can't see where the joins are. I can't see. It's done very well. So, there we go. So, we're going to find out what WWE stands for. There's going to be an Elias concert that's coming up next. It looks like a fake beard. I think there's every chance Kevin Owens is going to come down and expose that is not the real Elias. I think he's going to come down and rip the beard off. But that's coming up next. The beard is fake. This is great. I'm confused. It was done extremely well, says Let Him In. Yeah, it was. The way that I would think to do it, and I know there's Darcy in particular is like a video editor, so he might even have like, you know, better ways of doing it. But the way I would think to do it would be to set a camera up on a sofa. You have Elias come in and record his part, and you film it, and you tell him, don't stray over to the other side of the sofa. So if there's a line in the sofa, then do whatever you want, but do not cross that line. And then you have Ezekiel come in, and you put him on the other side of the sofa, and you record him separate, of course, and you say to him, like, do not cross the line on the sofa. And then what you do is you've got both bits of footage. You can just cut half off each side, put them together, and then it looks like they're in the same space at the same time. Like, it's pretty, I mean, pretty sure everyone knows this, but if there's any kids watching, like, that's how you can do it. You can just take the two films, cut the side off where the other person isn't, put them together, and boom. You know, that's quite easy video editing. But it was done really, really well. Like, you couldn't see a join, you couldn't see a difference in light. The whole background and everything really felt like it worked. I mean, I don't think the background was just like a green screen. I don't think the background was a green screen. The background felt real. But that would be one way of doing it if you did have it as a green screen. Because if you did have it as a green screen, then, of course, the background would be consistent. Because if you green screened the background, then whatever image you put at the back is going to be the same image all the way across. So you could even green screen both of the backgrounds. But I don't think they did that. And it was quite a complex little pattern in the background as well. It wasn't even just like a plain background. Like, they could have made it even easier by having a plain black background, but because it was like a more complex background, even that, like, getting the two bits of footage to match up perfectly, I don't know. I don't know if they did it that way. That's how I would think to do it. Salt of the Earth says, I remember they said they were going to do an interview in the locker room before the performance. The fist bump didn't connect. Yeah, that's true. It was like that, wasn't it? Yeah, the fist bump didn't connect. You are doubters. Elias and Ezekiel aren't the same person. Piper did that whole bit 35 years ago, says Zoom Station. Fun fact, it was fake. If you look at the fist bump, Ezekiel didn't touch him, and you can tell the beard is fake. Yeah, I agree the beard is fake. I agree that the fist bump didn't touch. I just don't know exactly how it's done. I feel like it might be what we just said, but I wonder if there's a different way of doing it. Are you doing Escape Pod on Forbidden Door and not this channel? Yeah, we'll do it over there. Are you enjoying the show so far? It's all right. It feels a bit weird, the show, to be honest. I think the Vince stuff's overshadowed since Vince has come out. I feel like we've just spoke a lot about Vince, which is fine. It's the biggest thing going on at the moment, but I think Vince coming out has definitely changed the show for me. But now maybe Elias can bring us back in. Elias is back. He said it's great to be here with the people of Nebraska. I want to thank you for welcoming me back and taking care of my little brother. There's a universal truth that you should never forget. WWE stands for Walk with Elias, and he says, I've missed that. We are back from commercial break. Do WWE do the same effect for the Usos? Yeah. That's a little bit more tricky. Takes a lot more time, what with their tag matches. But, yeah. Here's Kevin Owens, unsurprisingly. Kevin Owens is making his way down. No one wants this concert, says Kevin. You're a liar. You're a liar with no integrity. I'm French Canadian. I'm as smart as it gets. I know that you and Ezekiel are the same person. I saw a T-Rex fly a helicopter last week. What was he watching? Ezekiel is on screen. You have to accept it. Ezekiel says, my brother, good luck with the concert. To make this clear, how about I sing you a little song, says Elias? Okay, so Kevin Owens is being called a liar. Elias is singing. The reaction in the background's not great. The guitar is thrown out the ring. Knee strike there by Elias, and Kevin Owens goes down. Kevin Owens goes down. Elias is going over and grabbing one of his guitars. Elias smashing the guitar over the head of Kevin Owens. I really thought he was going to grab his beard and rip it off. I really thought it was going to go that way. I really thought he would expose him. Owens is up, though, and in the entranceway. Looks like he's going to make his way to the back as Elias celebrates with the fans. I prefer Elias to Ezekiel. 100% way better gimmick, says Ian. Everyone in Money in the Bank has worn set for Liv Morgan, Lacey Evans, as one of them needs to win it. No way there was a green screen on that. The complicated background makes it a lot easier, helps sell the illusion. A middle split is definitely how it's done. Entertaining regardless. Interesting. Interesting. I knew you'd know, Darcy. I knew you'd know. You probably did it. You're probably back there right now. The lighting was brilliant on that. Like, you couldn't tell from the lighting. I suppose because it's indoors, though, you can keep it fairly consistent. Kevin Owens said his back is killing him. He said, I don't care if it's Elias or Ezekiel. There's Ezekiel. Ezekiel was already backstage. Do you know what? They're using those kind of like supernatural techniques to now try and, but not using it in a supernatural way. They're using the kind of supernatural techniques, the video editing, the pre-records, all that kind of stuff. Making you think something's live when it's not live. Like, they're using those techniques now to sell the idea that Elias and Ezekiel are two separate people. It's very entertaining. It's very entertaining. Did you hear that Tim White passed away? I did, yes, I did. Everyone saying that the beard looks fake is clueless because it's one of the best looking fake beards I've seen, says Mason. Got to admit, that was great, says James. Here's Bobby then. Bobby making his way down for the gauntlet match. Bobby Lashley. Gauntlet. Ian said, this is honestly brilliant. Great storyline. He's having a meltdown. That was quality sports entertainment. Darcy said, you're right. I am actually backstage right now, and I can confirm I saw Elias and Zeke playing cards earlier. Definitely two different people. Moldy said, very entertaining. They've done a really good job with it, haven't they? They've done a really good job with it. And it did. I mean, I'm quite happy to hold my hands up and say that didn't go where I thought it was going to go. I thought with Elias back for just 1 week, they would use it as a way to expose that on this occasion, it wasn't Elias. On this occasion, then maybe Ezekiel will be like, all right, I admit, clearly that wasn't Elias, but he will be here in 2 weeks' time. And then, like, you know, we get something like that. But, no. Seemingly, we've had Elias. Elias wasn't exposed. And next week, we've got Kevin Owens against Ezekiel. Look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet about Brock. Do you think this means he's signed a full-time contract? Sean Ross Sapp, what are you saying, Sean Ross Sapp? Everyone watching Brad Shepherd getting booted off a fifth platform. What's happened to Brad Shepherd? I am announcing that Brock Lesnar has returned to WWE. Don't know, mate. Might not be anything in that. Might just be Sean likes to have a bit of fun sometimes. I can't say I'm looking at that thinking that he is back full time. No, I personally wouldn't read too much into that. I want to know what's happening with Brad Shepherd, though. Much loved member of the IWC. He's still on Twitter. Don't know. Looks like Brad Shepherd's been kicked off somewhere. According to Sean Ross Sapp anyway, but he's still on Twitter. Which British boxer has an identical twin brother? We'll throw that out to the chat. Let the chat answer that. Moldy said, anyone else listen to the Mick Foley pods? It's brilliant. I didn't even know he had a new podcast. No. Who does that? Is that won't be a Conrad Thompson one, will it? Mick Foley podcast. Foley is pod. Oh, with Conrad Thompson? No, hadn't seen that. He's getting everyone, isn't he, Conrad Thompson? Started June 3rd. Didn't Brock sign a 3 part-time contract last year? Yeah, I think he is just part-time. Mace T-Bar and Shanky versus Lashley. Is that who it is? Have they announced that's who it is in the gauntlet? I haven't seen that. Molly said it is Comrades. Brenton said, imagine how ticked Bruce would be if Jeff Jarrett were to be put as head of the company creative, given Bruce's hatred for Jerry Jarrett. I don't know his relationship with Jeff though. I don't know if he's got like a really bad relationship with Jeff. Maybe he does. I honestly don't know what their relationship's like. No, it's not. It's not going to be those names speculated, because here is Otis and Chad. It's going to be Gable. Gable's coming down, so it's going to be Chad Gable. Shoosh. 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 Can you download the Great Carly's Great Chicken and Peas? It's a cooking game where you get to make traditional Indian cuisine and also enjoy a tea party with a penguin. Sounds like a dream. It's almost 10 p.m. here. I need to get ready for work in the morning later. David, see you around, dudes. I don't even know what we're building towards here. I don't know what the main event is tonight. I suppose it must be Becky Asuka. Winner goes to in the Money in the Bank match. I'm guessing it's that. Elias and Ezekiel need to be WWE Tag Team Champs. Might be a slight problem to that. Are you looking forward to the start of Wimbledon next week? Not really. Tennis isn't one that grabs me. I tend to watch stuff for, like, you know, I'll watch the cricket if England are playing. I'll watch the rugby if England are playing. And when it comes to tennis, we just haven't really got anyone. I mean, Andy Murray is not the force he was. And Emma Raducanu. You know, I'll definitely keep an eye on how Raducanu's doing. But I wish I'd watched the US Open now, because that English guy won, didn't he? Never even heard of him. So, some English dude won the US Open out of nowhere. It was certainly out of nowhere for me. I'd never heard of him. So, he's got to be in the running for Sports Personality of the Year. He's got to be, I'd say, the front runner. I can't think who else would get it at the moment. So, yeah, I can't say that I am, to be honest. If Raducanu was coming in with a bit of momentum, then maybe. And if there was like a guy that had at least had a chance, then maybe. But we just suck, don't we? We just suck. I think there's a few that said they're not even going to take part in Wimbledon because of the ranking points being removed. So, like, I don't think there's any, like, Naomi Osaka there. Which feels crazy to me. Surely you'd still want to just win Wimbledon. But yeah, I'm not someone that gets giddy about, like, Federer or Djokovic or Nadal. Wasn't Andy Murray in Dunblane when the tragedy happened? I don't know, to be honest, if he was there at that time or if he was like... He has got connections to Dunblane. I think he was born in Dunblane, but I don't know if he was at that school at that time. Isn't Brock the main event tonight? I don't think so. I think Vince is going to come out and just tell the fans how much he loves them. And that's the main event tonight. Osaka has withdrawn from Wimbledon. That's crazy to me. If you win Wimbledon, it shouldn't... I mean, in all fairness, I think she struggles on grass. It sounds weird, but, you know, grass actually isn't a surface that gets used all that much. You got hard surfaces and clay surfaces. And she, I don't think, does too well on grass anyway. So I don't think it's her favourite tournament, but yeah, it's a blow, innit? To not have, like, one of the... She's not the best, but certainly one of the most recognisable names in women's sport miss the tournament because there's no ranking points. I just think that sucks. Bobby has got Chad up in the air. Delayed vertical suplex. Holding him. Boom! Holding him up in the air. plants Chad Gable down. Barbie. Drop toe takedown by Gable, and he's got the ankle lock applied. Ankle lock is cinched in by Chad Gable. Tonight's main event is Vince in bed in the middle of the ring. Ugh. Who with? That's the question. One of the biggest fever dreams in recent wrestling history has to be when Otis won Money in the Bank. It all unfolded in such a weird way. That's true. That was very strange. It was strange when he won it. But he had just come out of that red hot story with him and Mandy. So you kind of looked at it and went, can sort of see why they've done that. Forbidden Door is on Sunday, yes. Vince is going to say on SmackDown that Money in the Bank has become an iconic stipulation, and I'm excited for Money in the Bank, which takes place on July 2nd. Thank you. You're right, yeah. You're right. 2 count for Chad Gable. Yeah, he'll be on SmackDown saying, like, this is the 1,297th episode, and I just wanted to come out here and say a big thank you for all your support, your continued support of SmackDown. Now let's get to the show! No chance! That's what you've got! It was funny when he came out and said that. This is the 1,507th episode. Because as soon as he said that, I was like... And that's worth you coming out. Oh, come on, guys. It's the 1,507th episode. And you really thought he wasn't coming out for that? Can't just let a milestone like that pass by. Not the 1,507th episode. Of course, Vince was always going to be on it. Right, we've got Otis... in there, stomping away at Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley has beaten Chad Gable with the Hurt Lock. Is it going to be Otis now? Is it Otis the next opponent, or? I don't know. I don't know, my lovely. I don't know. I don't think it is, by the looks of it. It looks like, is Otis leaving? Oh, no, he might not be leaving. We might be underway with our second match here. Okay. Yeah, well, it looks like it is then. Looks like we've done Bobby against Gable. Now we've got Bobby against Otis. I thought he was just beating him up before the next person came down, but it looks like it is the next one. Are there any football games this weekend? I don't believe so. It was 15,017, not 15,007. Do you mean 5,000? What? 1,500. It's not 15,000. 1,517. If you was a booker of a wrestling territory or promotion, what style wrestling would you focus on? Lucha? No. Technical? Brawling with lots of blood? World of sport? Tag team heavy? I would want a mix. I would definitely have a little bit of all of that in it. But I think that to be honest, I think that I would focus on brawling. I would focus largely on brawling rather than like mat-based technical wrestling. Because I think there's an audience for that, but at its core, and again, I could be wrong, but at its core, I think the vast majority of people just want to see two people get at each other and settle their differences. I don't believe that the general wrestling fan, the average wrestling fan, I think they want to be entertained. I think there is definitely room in the average wrestling fan's life for a technical match. and something's got nice reversals, and, you know, it's a different flavor. But I don't think that they want that as the vast majority. Like, I don't think they would want Danielson in every single match. I sort of feel like, and again, maybe this just comes down to personal preference, but for me, I would probably go brawling, because to me, at its core, wrestling is two people trying to settle their differences with a contest, with a you know, a grappling wrestling encounter, and it's like, at its core, it's just who can get the other down for a 3 count. And I don't think that you need like high technical reversals and all of that. I mean, you can certainly use those elements in a match, but I think two guys going in there, smashing into each other, trying to get the victory over the other so that they take a definite step forward towards being the champion, and the other person is kind of left standing, left, you know, not progressing. I think that's what people want. They want to see wins and losses mean something. They don't want to see tons of rematches. They don't want to see 50-50 booking. I think what they want to see is they want to see people winning and taking definite steps forwards as a result of those victories. And they want any differences, any fallings out to be settled in the ring. And, you know, you can lean on your stipulations if you want, if you need to. If a simple match isn't going to suffice, then of course you can go to, you know, hair versus hair, or you can go to blood and guts and all stuff like that. But at its core, I think just two people settling their differences. Now, of course, if those people are luchas, then the way they would do that would be with lucha wrestling. But the vast majority of wrestlers you're going to have aren't going to be luchas unless you are specifically targeting lucha wrestling. So for me, you know, here in the UK, I'm looking to get your average person off the street. And what would that look like? You know, I think it would be brawling. It would be street fighting type thing. It would be rough, ready. There'd definitely be a little bit of blood in there. I'd want it to come across as quite as real as I could possibly make it. You know, my dream champion would be someone like Gunther. Would be my dream champion. Would be the person I'd have at the top. Like, you know, Brock Lesnar would someone I'd be really interested in working with. Asuka in the women's division would be someone I'd love to work with. You know, Thunder Rosa, when she's laying it in, is someone I'd want to work with. You know, that I would want it to be known as being, you know, good stories, definite advantages for winners. Like, as I said, taking steps forward. And, you know, I'd really try and find good stories, and I'd really try and find a way of not doing 50-50 booking. Get behind a few people and you back them to the moon. And unfortunately, that does mean that some people are going to find themselves a bit frustrated, because if you bring some wrestlers in and they're just taking losses, you know, not that they're jobbers, but they're going to struggle to get to the top of the card, because I think you do have to be quite clear with who gets to the top of the cards, because this is where the 50-50 booking comes in. You just can't please everyone. So, yeah, I know that, you know, whatever you book, whoever's booking would be criticised. Because people will always want other people that you're not pushing to be pushed. So, yeah, I think I'd keep it largely largely brawling. I mean, think about our world of sport. Think of the, you know, giant haystacks against Big Daddy. I mean, it was just two guys smashing into each other. Two massive guys colliding into each other. And if you think back to, like, Hogan had next to no moves that he used in WWE. He had the leg drop, bear hug, do you know what I mean? Power slam. I mean, Hogan's moveset was very, very limited, but it was never really about that, was it? It was like, it was Hogan facing people that you thought could beat Hogan. You know, Hogan taking on King Kong Bundy in a steel cage. Hogan taking on Andre the Giant. Hogan taking on his old friend Macho Man. Hogan taking on the Ultimate Challenge, the Ultimate Warrior. They're not technical masterpieces, but they were what people believed to be legit contests. And same with Bruno. I mean, Bruno's not a technical wrestler, but sold out Madison Square Garden how many times? So I do feel at its core it is just two people trying to get the better over each other. But you obviously, to keep things fresh and interesting, need to keep bringing in different things. You need to keep bringing in like lucha or hardcore matches or technical matches or strong style. I mean, strong style, I suppose, really what I'm talking about in a way. Keeping the moves looking legit, keeping things a little bit snug. Yeah, I'd go that way. Hogan was great in Japan, though, said Channel Name. That's true. His moveset, it was a lot more varied, as you already clearly know. You know, when he was having matches over against, like, Great Muta and, you know, having matches against Inoki and whatever over in Japan, you would definitely see a much wider moveset out of Hogan. It's just that Vince wasn't interested in exploring that. I mean, it's always. I think Vince has always kept things relatively simple, but it's worked for him. Two big guys that hate each other, settling their differences in a ring, is just wrestling at its core, isn't it? That's just what wrestling is, and it doesn't really need to be made like complicated. Splash by Otis. Chad Gable came in, and it is a DQ. Austin Theory is making his way down. We've actually only got like 45 minutes to go. I asked because each US territory had its own flavour. Tennessee was different to the Carolinas, which was different to Texas, which was different to New York. Huff Sports Media said, I don't know how this Bobby and Theory thing plays out, because I think it's too early for Theory's run to end. But I am a big fan of Theory, but he's not on Bobby's level. I think Theory should lose to Cena and then regain it. I think Theory should beat Cena. It might be a bit soon for that, but I think Theory needs to hold this title for a while, because maybe not next year, but maybe in 2024, we could be looking at Theory being ready to be a world champion. But maybe not next year, because I think next year is going to be Cody. I think we will have Gable Steveson in. Roman Rock. Orton's going to be back. I mean, getting Theory in there might be a little bit difficult. But I think maybe by 2024, we could be, you know, Theory will have been on the main roster for a few years. He will have been highlighted for a few years. He will have had a mid-card run. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Bobby beats Theory. So Theory was the third person Bobby had to beat. Not a fan. I'm not a fan of beating the champion to get a championship match. I feel like if you beat the champion, you become the champion. So Bobby, not a fan of that booking. Bobby beat Chad, Otis, and then still had enough to beat the current champion. So Bobby manages to get a little roll up and a pin on Austin Theory, and Theory is pinned. Going Ghost said, hope you are well. I'm doing all right, man. Overall, who do you think had a bigger impact, Bruno or Hogan? I know it's different, but I'm curious as to what you think. It's a great question as well, because the super obvious answer is Hulk Hogan, because there's nothing bigger than WrestleMania. WrestleMania and the success of WrestleMania 1 in particular, when they bet the house and they bet everything on it. If WrestleMania fails, WWE fails. Vince spoke to the talent beforehand and said, this has to work. We've got everything riding on this. We're all in. We're all in on WrestleMania. If WrestleMania does not deliver the numbers we need, we're done. We're dead. And it did. And it was a massive success. And obviously, WrestleMania is still with us today. So, and Hulk Hogan is arguably the biggest part of that success. So you would look at that and you would say, well, it's got to be Hogan. It's got to be Hogan because Hogan is the reason why WrestleMania worked. WrestleMania, even according to Vince, is the biggest moment in the history of like his time. The biggest moment was like WrestleMania 1 succeeding. WrestleMania 1 working is the biggest thing. And Hogan's the biggest part of that. And then, like, the boom in the 80s with Hulkamania and, all of that stuff and him being on top. The only caveat I would put in place is that in the early 1960s, I think even before that, actually, going back into the 50s, maybe the 40s, it was exposed in New York that wrestling was scripted. And so a lot of people weren't going to the shows. And WWE, as it was at the time, was struggling. And they had to turn to their, champions, or they had to turn to their wrestlers from American backgrounds. Bruno is Italian. And so he was able to appeal to, the large Italian community. Because they weren't aware that it was scripted. But a lot of the American public, a lot of the normal kind of traditional Americans knew that it was. Those that don't have an Italian background or a Puerto Rican background or whatever, they're just an American background. They knew, so they weren't going. So if Bruno isn't champ, or if Pedro Morales isn't champ, I don't know. If you didn't have those, I don't know that it would have even made it to WrestleMania. Because if they'd have relied on an American champion back then, I don't know that it would have made it. But it's really hard to know how Buddy Rogers' title reign would have gone. Buddy Rogers was the first champ, but he wasn't champ for very long. So it's really hard to gauge if he'd stayed champion throughout the 60s, how successful would he have been? I genuinely don't have the answer to that. I genuinely don't know. What I do know is that they knew that they needed someone of a certain, different background. And they went with Bruno, and he's a massive success. And even when Bruno loses the belt, he loses it to Ivan Koloff. He doesn't lose it to an American. He loses it to Ivan Koloff, the Russian bear, who then loses it to Pedro Morales. Right? So, again, you can go through that early history of WWE outside of, Buddy Rogers, who holds it for, I don't know how long, a few weeks. Outside of Buddy Rogers, you're going a long time till you get to an American champion. There's no American champion for a long, long time in WWE because the Americans knew that it was scripted and they weren't going. They weren't watching. They weren't interested. So they had to turn to different groups. So it's really, really interesting. It's really interesting. So I don't know. I don't know if we even make it to WrestleMania if it's not for Bruno, because I don't know how Buddy Rogers' title reign would have worked. That would be a great question for Jim Cornette. It would be a fantastic question. Get that to Jim Cornette. How does he think a Buddy Rogers title run in the 1960s? How does he think that would have worked? Would it have drawn? Would it have kept the company afloat? Would they have to have changed the title multiple times? I mean, it was never a problem because Bruno made it work. Bruno sold out the Garden so many times. So it's a hard one to answer. With Hogan, we know it worked. It was a massive success, and he's the obvious answer. But what would it have been like in the 60s without Bruno? They pleaded Bruno as well. Pleaded with Bruno to come down from Toronto. They offered. They offered him. I can't remember what they offered him. They offered him I don't know, say $500. And he turned them down, which in that time was crazy money. Crazy money. I can't remember how much that was for. Do you know, it was funny because I only watched a Bruno documentary the other day and he was talking about this. And he was talking how, like, he got offered 500, turned it down, and they came back with 750. And he turned that down as well. And it was, like, more money than he was earning in Toronto. But he'd already worked, like, in New York before, and it had been a disaster for him. So he didn't want to go back. But he said, I'll go back if you can put me in a match with Buddy Rogers, like the title match. And they agreed to it. And that's the match when he wins the belt. So it was exposed in the 30s, says Brent, and the newspapers talked down on wrestling. Cornette talked about the immigrant populations couldn't read those papers. Cornette talked about it, but not in relation to Buddy Rogers. He did say that Gorgeous George flopped in MSG, so that could be indicative of what Rogers' reign would have been like. It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because they decided that they wanted Rogers when they start. Is it Capital at that point? When they start it in the 60s, they decide they want Buddy Rogers, but they don't run with him for long. And then obviously they reach out to Bruno, they get Bruno, and the belt goes on to Bruno. Rogers says that he had a heart attack, and that's why his reign was so short. But it's hard to know if that's true. Bruno doesn't believe that. If Bruno was such a success, why did they need to bet everything on WrestleMania? Well, you're talking about a slightly different company, because when Bruno was on top, it was Vince's dad that ran WWF. Well, it was Capital, and then it became WWF. But it was Vince's dad, and Vince's dad ran things very different to Vince. Vince takes over the company. He buys the company in the early 80s. Vince McMahon does. So Vince has been in charge since the early 80s. And they run for a few years, just going. But it kind of gets to the point, I think he's got, I think Bob Backlund's his first champion, and the fans are turning on Bob. I mean, Bob Backlund as champion, his reign towards the end, it's not working. The fans are turning on him. He's just not a popular champion. Even though he'd been champ for a long time, he'd more than outstayed his welcome. And I think they just kind of got to the point where Vince was like, I need to do something. I need to mix this up. It needs an injection of life. Bruno had been out of the equation for quite a while by that point. Bruno got them through the 60s. And at times in the 70s. But the first WrestleMania is 1985. So, we're quite removed from Bruno by the time we get to WrestleMania. And it's Vince, the Vince we know now, rather than Vince's dad running the show. So it's under different management as well. So it's different. It's just a different time, different company. That's why he went big and gambled everything on going big and going with WrestleMania. Right. God, we're all over the road here, aren't we? We're all over the road. We've got AJ and The Miz in ring. Okay, so we've got AJ and The Miz. We are building towards our main event tonight, which I think is going to be Asuka and Becky. When you were a Hogan fan, you used to talk about real wrestling. It was another style, a little bit more daring, or so it seems, says Carlos. Brenton says, there's been stories that Rogers was probably going to try and take over the territory in New York. So I suppose that's why the reign was short. Add into that the WWF NWA strained relationship. Hadn't they parted by that point? I think they'd parted by that point, hadn't they? So I think Buddy Rogers loses the title to, is it Fez? And then he ends up just going to WWE and they just make him champion. But I think by the time Buddy Rogers has gone to WWF, WWE Capital, whatever, had already left the NWA. don't know. It's a time that I'm fascinated in. I'd love a documentary about that time. We've got AJ in the ring. Are they chanting for their local sports team? You must feel like a failure because your wife... You know your wife married a guy that's got tiny little popcorn balls? This is not becoming a thing. This is not a thing. AJ says it is a thing. They're making it a thing. It's becoming a thing. Defo becoming a thing. I don't even know what they're chanting. I don't think they know what they're chanting. I think they're trying to get popcorn balls chanted. Miz says he's got the most gigantic python-sized balls. Pythons known for their gigantic balls. That was great. It's definitely a thing. When Bruno came back in '85, do you think Vince thought of Bruno versus Hogan? Yeah. I think that they would have tried to have got that, yes. Yes. Bruno was still a big draw when he comes back in '85, but he comes back only because of his son. Like, they managed to convince his son it'd be really great for you if your dad came back and worked with you. A bit like Ray and Dominic now. And so his son kind of made his dad feel guilty and sort of made his dad come back. Even though Bruno, I think, was in his 50s. He's flipping 50s in 1985. 85, 86. It was old man. He was an old man. It's crazy that he comes back and he does like a program. He does a match with... He's in the ring with Roddy Piper. He does a match against Macho Man. It's amazing. But he just constantly kept saying, like, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it. Like, he had no interest in coming back. He didn't want to be there. Hated it. But in Vince's mind, I've got to think that he would have pushed that as far as he could. But he only ends up doing a couple of programs. And then, like, it gets to the point where he just leaves. Bruno's like, I'm done. I'm out. AJ strikes Miz. Miz goes down. Rogers being the champ was contentious. Had Rogers been NWA champ, WWF would have tried to keep him to themselves primarily. That's why he lost it to Thez. And Thez didn't like Rogers. Let me read that again. Rogers being champ was contentious. Rogers had been the NWA champ. WWF would have tried to keep him themselves. That's why he lost it to Thez. Thez didn't like Rogers. Yes. They wanted to leave the NWA, and they did. And they wanted Rogers. So, yes, that title is taken off of him. I think Thez was chosen as well because Thez was someone that they felt could get that belt off him if it turned into a shoot, if it needed to go that way. You know, Thez was treated that way as a bit of a shooter, wasn't he? That, you know, if you needed to get the belt off someone, then there was a few people you could turn to, but Thez was one that they fancied to get the job done. But it's crazy to me that, you know, they know the history of the Garden. They know that the Garden is struggling when it comes to, like, American heroes. Like, Hogan at that time just wouldn't have worked. So, it just seems weird to me that they turn to Buddy Rogers. And they think Rogers is the guy. And then, you know, very quickly they change direction. And there's all this uncertainty about, did he have a heart attack? Is that the reason? Was it that they saw Bruno and they were like, oh, actually, that's the guy? and they change their mind very quickly. I mean, Rogers doesn't have it long. So it's, I don't know. I'd love some clarity on that. Like, why did they think Rogers was the right person when evidence would say he wasn't? And then they changed direction quite quickly. Either way, they got the right person, didn't they? Bruno. Fightful reported that AJ Styles was meant to be at Slammiversary, but got changed to a video message, which was still amazing to see, says James. Thez didn't like Rogers because Rogers knocked Strangler Lewis, who was a trainer friend of Thez. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Didn't Strangler... Yeah, I did know that Strangler Lewis was a trainer of Thez. I knew that. But I didn't know that Rogers had laid into Strangler Lewis. Or verbally had a pop at him. Bruno was going to get a contract in Canada, but WWF offered him a title match. He was there. He worked in Canada. He was massive draw in Canada. He went to Toronto, and because he was blacklisted in the US, they made it so that you couldn't book him. He was blacklisted. He couldn't get work. He ended up going back to construction, and one of the wrestlers, he went down to a wrestling show. One of the wrestlers was like, listen, why don't you go to Canada? You're not going to be blacklisted in Canada. And I actually know someone up there. And it was Jack Tunney. For those of you that remember the old president that we all thought was in charge of WWE, but wasn't really, President Jack Tunney, he was running Toronto and he was like running that promotion. And he is the one that takes Bruno. Bruno does all right in Canada, but then what he did was he sent a picture of himself to the local newspapers and spoke to the local newspapers and told them to come and see him. And the reporter did, and Bruno was like, look, I've just arrived. Not true, he'd been there a little while, but he's like, I've just arrived, and I am like the Italian Hercules. And he was doing like bench pressing, crazy bench press. He was super strong. Super strong. And what he did and what he showed the reporter was so impressive. The reporter actually reported him as being the Italian Hercules. The Italian Hercules has arrived. Big picture in the Toronto paper. Caught the attention of the Italians in Toronto. They started to come just to see him, built a following, built a fan base, exploded from there. So he went from being blacklisted and having to work in construction to being a big star in Toronto, and it got so big, WWF got on the phone, and they were like, listen, let's not dwell on the past. Let's not dwell on the old, the blacklisting thing. We all make mistakes. And that's why Bruno was able to negotiate, I want this, I want that. Got what he wanted, came back, beat Buddy Rogers, held the title for 7 years. Bish bash bosh. I do love talking about that stuff. It's clear that a lot of you are super knowledgeable. Super knowledgeable about like early wrestling, WWF in particular, Capital and whatnot. It's good, innit? It's good. I'm always looking to learn more. Right, we're underway with AJ and Ciampa. Check out Hornbreaker's trilogy of books. Capital Revolution. That sounds amazing. Never seen that. The NWA book's got a long name. And Death of the Territories. Hornbaker also wrote the Buddy Rogers biography, which I've heard's fantastic. Yes. Jim spoke about that a lot, hasn't he? That's, well, not so much recently, but when it came out, I would like to read that. But I've got a feeling that it's going to... I don't know how much truth's going to be in it. I don't know what perspective it's written from, I'd love to know the truth as to why Buddy was chosen to be the guy when evidence would suggest he's not the right guy. And I don't know if I'd get an answer to that in that book. But Buddy Rogers is so important in the history of wrestling. We've spoke about him before, about how he was the real Nature Boy, the original Nature Boy. I don't know if I can say that. There might have been a Nature Boy before him, but certainly he was the Nature Boy before Ric Flair. And he used the figure 4 as well before Ric Flair. And there is a match between Buddy Rogers and Ric Flair. There is a passing of the torch, if you will. But yeah, I would love to read some of those books. I'd love them more as audio books, if I'm being honest. I'm not a big reader. Not that I can't read. I can totally read, guys. Yeah, I can totally read. I'm always doing other things. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I need it on in the background. So maybe if that Buddy Rogers thing was an audio book, I'd definitely get it. I'm actually going to look at Google now. Google Play Store. See if it is. We're underway with AJ and Tommaso. Buddy Rogers. I don't even know. I don't even think it's on there as a book. Buddy Rogers. Capital Revolution's on there, but it's only an ebook. Capital Revolution: The Rise of McMahon. To be honest, that's probably why I've never got around to like looking at it, because if it's not an audio book, doesn't grab me. Well, it grabs me, but it doesn't get purchased. AJ in position, looking for a phenomenal forearm, and he gets it. 2, 3, and he gets the pin and the win. They don't want none. Miz in there attacking. He's got Miz. Styles clash. Yeah, I found the book. Just don't know if I'd get a chance to read it. Some of these like niche books just don't have audio books. That's the problem. Well, my problem. AJ Styles picking up the win. It's kind of crazy. We're getting Ciampa AJ on a random episode. The match is something that should be on a bigger stage. It's a bit of a nothing match, to be honest. I do completely agree. You know, to be honest, it didn't even get my attention because you knew that it was just going to be a distraction. It's just a thing that's playing out on the side. You know, it's not a major focus. So unfortunately, we don't get the match that feud or that, you know, those two bits sharing a ring should get. Because you're absolutely right. Tommaso Ciampa taking on AJ Styles should be a massive focus. Oh, we got the platform! Yes! We got Via on the platform. I love that platform. Come on. Via on the platform. It looks great, doesn't it, with the crowd in the background? Proper old school wrestling. Is he not? Is he talking in an American accent? Why does he sound different? I love Carnage. I feel like, is his accent different? He's talking in Indian now. The Okerlund position, the Okerlund. Boy said, yeah, he sounds different. I thought so. What? I don't know what Veer Mahan needs. I feel like he needs something. He spoke in Indian. The NWA book, the National Wrestling Alliance, the untold story of the monopoly that strangled professional wrestling. I might have that one. There's one that I've got about the NWA, and it might be that one. The Hornbaker ones look great, though. I mean, it's such great research. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I don't. I did have an NWA one, but I don't have it on my phone. But you can get that Capital Revolution one. Don't know if I'll get around to getting them. I'd love to sit down. That'd be my dream. If I was to go on holiday somewhere and just have like a week off, I could totally go to like Spain, lie in the sun, read like Buddy Rogers' book, or read like, you know, that Capital Revolution, or just sit and flick through, and I'd be over the moon. That sounds like a dream. That does. That sounds like a dream. There's some good YouTube NWA bios, says Master Chief. Well, I hope what this has done is it's kind of inspired people to dig a little bit deeper into the history, because there's some really good stuff, really interesting stories, and I do always think it's interesting to know where we've been and, you know, why we've been there, and kind of sometimes can help you understand the logic of, you know, why certain decisions get made even today. So, yeah, I just think piecing it together, know where we've been, know the things the company's been through and everything. I think it's really interesting. So, good conversation. A bit of a weird one again. Maybe not the best indicator that this Raw is demanding our attention. Do you know what I mean? If this Raw was demanding our attention and each segment was a killer segment and we just... Do you know what I mean? Maybe we wouldn't be talking about Buddy Rogers and all that kind of stuff. But hopefully we've got a good final segment coming up. Becky versus Asuka. The Larry Zbyszko story is a great addition to Bruno. No one idolized Bruno more than him. That's true. Ariane said, WWE announced Brock's return. Is he going to return tonight, or is this Asuka-Becky match? This will be Asuka-Becky match. Brock returned. He came back on Friday. What if Bayley returns in the main event? She's due to come back soon. Well, that would be quite the surprise. I'm certainly not expecting. I think if Bayley was coming back, maybe they would leave. Maybe they would leave one position like available for Bayley to return at. But I don't know. I don't know that I can see her coming back before Money in the Bank. There's maybe a chance she comes back during Money in the Bank. Next week, we've got Elias or Ezekiel or Elrod. So they are actually... Oh, God, we have got the 3 faces of Elias. So it looks like next week we might get Elrod. Kevin Owens said, look, I don't care if it's Ezekiel, Elias, or even the younger brother Elrod that we haven't seen yet. I just want to face one of them. And WWE are now announcing that it could be either Ezekiel, Elias, or Elrod. I mean, it'd be a bit crazy for them to advertise potentially Elrod and not give us Elrod. So I'm guessing we are going to get Elrod next week. Here is Asuka. Asuka making her way down. I don't know about the old wrestling talk, but I think they should have Vince come out before Liv so that he can let everyone know how much she loves video games and scary movies. Absolutely. Can't just leave that to the info box on the side, can we? Asuka getting thrown into the edge of the ring. Back elbow by Asuka. So both of these women were in the opening contest of the evening. Back out there again, both of them doing double duty. Belt sounds. Takedown by Asuka. Money in the Bank qualifying match. Winner goes into the Money in the Bank match. We have got 14 minutes to go. Armbar by Asuka. Asuka with an armbar being applied. Asuka getting back up. I think Bayley returns and challenges Ronda at SummerSlam. And I swear, if Ronda wins, I will leave this planet, says Mason. Haaland to City is like Cody to WWE. The prodigal son returns and can fulfill what his father couldn't do. I saw a video, actually, of Haaland and his dad sat down watching some old footage of when his dad was at Man City. It was a good little video. I think it was from Man City's YouTube channel. I didn't even know they had one. But, yeah, Haaland and his dad sat down watching clips of his dad. Slide in, baseball slide by Becky. I think that's a good comparison. I like that comparison. Why is everyone confused about Rhea's injury? Is it not just to do with her teeth that got injured the other week and had to be put in a brace? I don't think so, because she fought with a brace, didn't she? Didn't she fight whilst wearing the brace? I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason. They haven't speculated. I could be remembering it wrong, but although, maybe not. Maybe did Rhea not compete? Did we see her last week, but she didn't actually wrestle? Asuka going over. Original Wrestling Documentaries has a 27-part series talking about the history of the territories, says Brent. Good info, Brent. Brent said Tim Hornbaker was interviewed on Brian Last 605 a while back about Buddy Rogers. It's a good interview and I recommend it. Yeah, I should get into those. As I said, I did listen to the first hour or so, and I am going to keep working through that omnibus. Like, I really like it. And 605 is not something I've listened to. So there's probably, well, there is a whole wealth of 605 stuff that I've not heard. Sometimes, though, and I would say actually quite often, it's really difficult to get into some of that stuff because if they talk about, say, the summer of 1984 and they talk about Florida, like, it can be really hard to just, like, I have no idea what the stories are in the summer of 1984 in Florida. My knowledge of the territories is just not that level. The territories I'm sketchy on at best because my interest is in the history of WWE, to be honest. My interest goes back to the start of WWE. I do like to go back before that and go into Thez and go into all of that. But once WWE is up and running, my personal focus is there. And, you know, the history of WWE really helps when you're doing, like, the stream and we're watching a WWE show. So, yeah, they spend a lot of time talking about, like, you know, Memphis 86. And you go, I ain't got a clue what's happening in Memphis in 86. And then they'll talk about a load of, like, wrestlers from that kind of Memphis era, and you don't know them. And then once you get to the top of the card, you know, they'll start talking about people that you do recognize. But I find, like, it's hard to get into that kind of stuff. I much prefer it when they give you, like, big, like, sweeping overviews. You know, if they talk about Jerry Lawler and they go through, like, okay, he was here in 85, he works with this person. Like, if they give you that kind of more career retrospective, if you will, or just a certain retrospective over a couple of years, like, I find that easier. But a lot of them are like, I hear Brian Last talk about that a lot. Is like, join us on, you know, the John Arevi's podcast. We're going to be tearing down, you know, the Carolinas, Mid-South or whatever. We're going to be looking at August of 87. And it's like, that I struggle with that, which is what keeps me away from his podcasts. But something like, you know, an interview talking about, like, Buddy Rogers, I'd be all over that. Michael said, JD from New York said he thinks Cena should beat Theory and bring back the Cena US Open Challenge and help build up stars, like when Owens and Sammy debuted. Cena said WWE can't make stars. I don't mind that, because I loved the Cena's US Open challenges, so I personally don't mind them revisiting that. The only thing I would say about that is that I don't know if Cena would stick around to do that. I mean, Cena's someone that's in Hollywood, and how long is he going to stick around to do a US Open challenge? I mean, I don't even know if you could get a solid month of shows out of Cena at the moment, and that would be 4 matches. You know, 4 Raws, if he was to be, like, US champion. I just don't think you're going to get him back for any kind of extended period of time. So, I don't know, to be honest. I like the idea of revisiting it. I ain't got a problem with it. I love John Cena's US Open challenges, and they were fantastic matches, but I don't know that we can do it. I don't know that it can be done. I think there's got to be other ways of building stars. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like that's the only way of doing it. But part of it is that they just need to decide who they're backing and get behind him 100%. You know, someone like Gunther is being built at the moment because they've backed him, and they've backed him 100%. He's coming. He looks like a killer. They've put the IC title on him. He looks great. Gunther, they've not put a foot wrong with. It's just, it's going to take a bit of time, and that's fine. You just need to be doing it with other people. But I think they have. I think it's wrong to say they've not built stars. They've absolutely built Bianca Belair. She feels absolute top tier. Like, I would put her right up there with Charlotte, Becky. I think they've built her absolutely fine. They haven't built enough stars, but they're clearly working on Austin Theory. They're clearly working with Gunther. So I would say they are building stars, but is it enough stars? It's difficult as well because they've invested a lot in Cody since he came back, and they've been all in on Cody, and now Cody's gone and got injured. Do you know what I mean? It's difficult. These two colliding into each other. We got 6 minutes to go. WWE Book Encyclopedia, the definitive guide to World Wrestling Entertainment. I do have that. It's good. Oh, spinning back fist, 2 in a row. Kick to the midsection, kick to the chest. Another spinning back fist. Yeah, God, so many attacks there by Asuka and into a German. The 2 mid-card champs should be stars, says Excellence of Execution. Yeah, I think some of that, though, some of it is that I don't think they build the matches up. Like, you know, if Austin Theory is going to defend the US title, let's have a couple of weeks of build. Like, the week before on Raw, let's do, like, a promo. And then the week the match happens, it should main event Raw. Instead, the build never seems to be as focused as it should be. And there's a good chance that the match won't be the actual main event. It'll just be, it'll be something that takes you from hour 1 to hour 2. Things are done for reasons. These championship matches can help convince people to stick around and go from hour 1 into hour 2 or hour 2 into hour 3. Like, they serve a purpose from a TV point of view. But it doesn't help the perspective of the match. If you have a match on halfway in the middle of the show, it's clearly not the main event. Even though it might take viewers, it might convince viewers to stay from hour 1 to hour 2 to hour 3 or whatever. So I think TV has changed. Well, spoiler. TV has changed wrestling. The way that you book for television has changed how wrestling is perceived. Back in the day, Raw in the 90s would have been an hour. And Hogan was largely kept off TV. If you wanted to see Hogan, you needed to buy tickets and go to the house show. It's a different world, isn't it, now? Asuka's got Becky over against the ropes. Have you seen Ospreay Volta? It is a banger of a match. I haven't, no. There's a lot of Volta's indie matches when he was in Progress, whatnot, that I've not seen. I've still not seen him against Tyler Bate when they main evented Wembley Arena. I remember that being a massive deal. That was for Progress. The issue with WWE is they gain stars despite themselves. Like Daniel Bryan, Sasha Banks, Asuka. Their booking didn't make them stars. They got over despite the booking, says Trini. TV has changed wrestling since the 50s. That is true. Like Hogan, I see someday Cena making a steady part-time run in the ring like Hogan did from 02 to 07. Cena is not big like The Rock in Hollywood. No, but he would like to be. And I think he's working towards creating that career for himself. So I agree he's not as big, but I mean, when The Rock was doing the Tough Fairy, he wasn't as big. You've got to get the right projects along, haven't you? And I think returning back to wrestling, I don't know. I don't know that I can see him doing it. I can see him coming back for the odd match like SummerSlam, like he did last year. I can always see him doing that. But can I see him holding a mid-card belt and then being on the show week after week to do US Open challenges? I don't think I can. One, two. High kick there by Asuka, and Becky goes down. 1, 2, 3. Asuka wins. Asuka wins. Wow. Asuka gets the victory. Asuka is going to Money in the Bank. The woman that's on the poster cannot even get in the match, cannot even get on the show. Asuka beats Becky. I love that. I love that. I am loving that. The Empress of Tomorrow beats Becky Lynch. It's worth noting Vince cherry picks who he wants as stars because he needs to trust. Imagine if a lot of ex-WWE guys now in AEW were made into big stars. Tony would have benefited. That is true. I think as well, he tends to just have like maybe 1 or 2 that are the big stars. Everyone else is then kind of kept, at a certain level. Someone like Becky managed to break through for a short time, but her momentum wasn't maintained. Like, Becky is a big star. There's no denying that. But I don't think she is a Roman level star. And I don't think she's a Brock level star. But she is a massive star. Same as Bianca, same as Asuka, same as Seth. But I feel like a lot of them are all at the same level, you know? I think Vince, Vince, I mean, he could not back Roman anymore if he tried. And Brock is Brock. Right, Becky flips out. Becky flips out as she realizes that another opportunity has gone. And I've realized that another Raw has gone. It's been a weird one. I feel like we were watching the show and everything was going pretty normal. And then Vince came out. And then we got quite heavy into Vince talk. We then got back into the show, really. I mean, I was watching it all along, but we got back into the show for the Elias thing. I think that was another big segment. And then really we've just been chatting away because, like, that last hour seemed to just, like, drift. I mean, Bobby against Otis and Chad and then beating Austin Theory. There was a lot of, like, But I do like that main event, and I certainly like Asuka getting the victory. What do you score WWE Raw? What do you score it? What do you think? 8 to 10, 7 to 7.5, 6 to 6.75, 5.75 or below. Boom. Clean loss like that lowers Becky's stock. It's a storyline, not a burial, says Erase Your Mind. Brenton said, Capital Revolution is 246 pages, NWA's 366, and Death Territories is 241. I read the latter, but... Oh, it jumped off screen before I could read it. I read the latter, but... Brenton? Where's your comment gone? Where's your comment gone? Where's your comment gone? Got it. I read the latter, but Capital is the first of the three in order. Yeah, I must admit, like, the Capital Revolution one probably grabs me a bit more. But I just can't see me reading it. If I'm being straight up honest, I just do not have the time to sit and read a book. If I can audio book it in the background. And that's why Jim's podcasts are so good. You know, that's why, like, sitting down and listening to, like, Jim and Brian. So I'm probably more likely to, like, dig into the 605 podcast history than I am to, like, dig into, like, books. But hopefully many friends out there have had their eyes opened as to what is available. Matthew said, have you watched the William Regal podcast? I haven't watched the Foley one. I didn't even know about that, but I have seen William Regal's. I was actually listening to it live for the second one. And there wasn't that. I think there was about 30-odd people that were listening to it live. Which isn't a problem, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's always going to be there, and you can always check it out. You ain't got to watch it live. But I just, I didn't do it on purpose. I just happened to be on and saw he was live, so I was like, oh, okay. So I watched that, and that one was him talking about the man's man gimmick. So he was talking about that. The first one, I think, was AEW versus NXT and the start of that war, which, spoiler alert, he turned around and said, I didn't pay it any attention. For me, I was getting paid by WWE. I focused on what I needed to do. I wasn't interested in a war. I was pleased for people that were getting work because a lot of those people had sent me tapes in the past and I just didn't have anything for them. So to see them get work was fantastic. So I was pleased as punch for them. And I was just focused doing on what I was doing. So that was pretty much what he was saying about the start of the war. But, yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can get into some really interesting stuff with Regal. I mean, the thing with Regal, I just think he's too nice. I don't know how great his podcast's going to be because I can't see him spilling any juice. I can't see anything juicy coming out of it because he just seems like such a nice person. Just, like, speaks highly of everyone. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to come out of it, but I'm going to keep listening and checking it out because I do really like Regal. The Wrestling Territory Documentaries has 50 of the dedication documentaries to the business in North America, says Brent. Jim said, just curious, who do you think should beat Camille? I don't know, because I don't know who's in the NWA anymore. So I can't comment. I don't know. But if there is anyone out there that's watching NWA, then put in your answers. Who do you think should beat Camille? But I genuinely don't know, because I don't know who competes in the NWA women's division anymore. I don't know who's out there, who's coming through, who's looking good. Lemdog said, it was a 9 out of 10. It was great. I don't know how I'm seeing 6s. You can give 6s for the 24/7 being on the show and complain. When it's not, you complain. Becky's right. You don't know what you want, says Lemdog. Nah, I got to disagree with that. I don't see this was not a 9 show for me, because a 9 show for me would be something that was from start to finish, very engaging, something that has got a lot of meaning to it, something that is quite significant, something, maybe the odd surprise as well, like big moments, someone returning, or someone debuting, or someone unexpected from NXT, or whatever it might be. Like, there's a whole plethora of things that are available that you can do. This just felt like it was fairly average show. I feel like this just feels like an average show. Like, I've seen Raws way better than this. Raws that have like been much more exciting than this. You know, no, I mean, like, I think to open up with a match where the winner will get a title opportunity is pretty fun. So this is certainly, I don't think, a horrific show. I mean, I would disagree with a 9, because I think you're a bit too close to saying this was the perfect show. And I think we were a long way from it being a perfect show. So that's why I can't be getting up to the 9s. But equally, I would also disagree with anyone that's like giving this a 2, because I do think that we got Asuka qualifying for the main Money in the Bank, beating Becky in a decent match. We got Bobby winning a gauntlet match, and now he's going to get a title opportunity. My criticism of that would be, I don't think he should have beaten Austin Theory. After having to face Chad and then Otis, I don't then think he should be beating the champion as the third opponent. So for me, that makes Austin Theory look weak, and I don't like that. So I'm not a fan of that happening. Equally, I wasn't really grabbed by that gauntlet match, seeing him go through Alpha Academy. Don't know, didn't massively do it for me. Amos getting a victory over Riddle, I thought was a bit strange. Amos hasn't really been booked as being like someone that could beat Riddle. I don't really know what that does for Riddle. I mean, you can say it's surprising. I don't know if it's good. But yeah, that one makes me go a bit like, not too sure about that. AJ and Miz talking about balls. They're definitely trying to make that a thing, aren't they? And then a quick little squash match against Ciampa. Again, just makes me think like, sure, we could have done something better with that as a segment. I don't know if that's the best segment we could have had with Miz and AJ and them talking about his balls. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not something that I'm like doing cartwheels over. Riddle and Moss, yeah, we spoke about. Jey Uso against Angelo Dawkins. I mean, listen, if you've got tag teams, you use them as tag teams. I'm not a fan of these, like, using one person from a tag team to try and promote a match that's coming up. So, yeah, again, I think we could have done better with that. So, you know, those two going up against each other in a one-on-one match, nah. So, yeah, I don't know. For me, I'm kind of leaning towards this being about a 6.5. I think that's about fair. I think there was some all right stuff on the show, but I think there was some pretty flat stuff as well. Edward said, did you hear that Jim Cornette called out Ronda for not enjoying her run in WWE, which I think is rubbish? Yeah, I did. And I don't know. I mean, I think part of it is that her in-ring seems to be, so-so. I think, her promos don't seem to be getting any better. I think the reason he's saying that is that we first saw her in a competitive match at WrestleMania 34 in a tag match, and she was protected, understandably so. We're now over 4 years, and I know she was away for a long time, and I know that she became a mom, but in 4 years, there's not really much notable improvement from her, and her promos are still awful, and her in-ring is... She can have singles matches, and sometimes they can, click and look all right. But is she, Asuka level? Is she Becky level? No, she isn't. But she is someone that, is an elite athlete. And if she was to throw herself into it, you would think that she might have made a bit more progress than what she had. I mean, the truth is, she went away, she tried to start a family, and did start a family. And I just don't know how focused she's been on it. And I think that's why he was calling her out, because she could have done a lot more in that time than seemingly she's done. So I really like Ronda. She's really important to women's sport. I think when you tell the history of women's sport, you have to dedicate a little bit of time to Ronda Rousey. She burst open the doors for women in UFC, and for a short time was one of the most famous women in the world, and maybe still is. I mean, she was in movies and all that kind of stuff. And she came into WWE, and, Jim's point was, has she come in because, looks kind of cool and she sort of fancied it and thinks it'll be a bit of an easy ride? Which, listen, this comes back to my concerns with celebrities. When you have a celebrity come in thinking, oh, that looks fun, and then they go in a match, and they have a match, and they get given the win, and they're... Do you know what I mean? They've had, a few months training, and they're beating professional wrestlers. It just doesn't make wrestling look good. It might bump the ratings for that short time they're in, and it might be great for their fans, that can tune in and watch their, hero, whoever it might be, Bad Bunny or whoever, do well in the ring. But ultimately, what's the message that you're sending out? The message you're sending out is pretty much anyone can do this. Anyone can do it. Doesn't matter if you're a singer, doesn't matter if you're a dancer, doesn't matter what you are. A presenter, TV host, game show host. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you are. Joe Public, give it a go. Step in there. These people are easy to beat. So, that's always been my problem with celebrities and celebrities winning matches, is I do not think it reflects well on wrestling. I don't think wrestling ultimately benefits. I think it's just a quick little bump in ratings. But I don't think it sends a good message, and I certainly don't think it builds the stars that are having to take the losses. And I think with Ronda, she is obviously an amazing athlete, a killer, and someone that's got bags of credibility. But I do understand the argument of, has she just rested on that? Has she just rested on those laurels thinking that's enough? Is she putting that work in? Is she trying to improve, trying to get better? Because if she is, I'd say the results have been disappointing if you look over the past 4 years. But I think that she does still get by on her name and what she's achieved. So I like Ronda, but I can see where that criticism is coming from. I can see why those criticisms are out there. Only she will know if she's been putting that kind of work in or not. And what she plans to do now she's back, is she putting the work in now? What I will say is she had a great match against Charlotte at WrestleMania Backlash. That's really good. And I thought her first match with Raquel Rodriguez was all right, but then there's been a few clunky matches as well. So, bit of a mixed bag. Hot take. Liv's in-ring has progressed more than Ronda's, but they're pushing Ronda because of her name. What are your thoughts? I think Liv has progressed. Has she progressed more than Ronda? Maybe, yeah, I could vibe with that. I think that they are pushing Ronda because of her name. I mean, listen, if you've achieved what Ronda's achieved and you've got the notoriety that Ronda's got, if people know Ronda, they don't know Liv. You've got to watch WWE to know Liv. You've got to already tune in to find out who Liv is. If you advertise Ronda, people know who Ronda is. So, yeah, I mean, that is true. I would agree that they are pushing her because of who she is. They are not pushing her because of her abilities. But you can say that about WWE for loads of things. Loads of people that get pushes are pushed not for their abilities. You know, wrestling is built on looks. Go back to, like, Hogan. Like, Hogan wasn't selected because of his wrestling and promo abilities. He was selected because, you know, he was red hot. He was in Rocky 3. He was, he'd got himself over in the AWA. And, you know, he was someone that had created a name for himself. So that's why Hogan becomes the man. It's not because he can do all this, you know, great stuff in the ring. That's never been a focus for Vince. Vince constantly is looking and trying to find a way of, you know, using celebrity and using star power and just using people for, you know, what he can. You know, there's loads of TV presenters that have got into WWE that have had radio shows. You know, if you have a radio show, then Vince loves you because you can then promote WWE on your radio show. So I think like Todd Pettingale had a radio show, and I think maybe Sean Mooney as well. But, you know, quite a few have come in that have had, like, you know, other outlets and ways of promoting WWE. And, you know, it's a big reason as to why they get the job. Speaking of bad booking, the USA channel is supposed to have Ms. and Mrs. Instead, they're showing a racing reality show, says Larry. Wrestling is a hard profession, and the wrestlers do an amazing job. I agree with that. Bruno did a timeline from 63 to 69 on kayfabe commentaries before he passed away. Sean Oliver tells about it in his book. The clip is on YouTube. I've seen that. Yeah, it's good. Michael said, Cena doesn't have any movies coming up. He did the whole summer last year. Why can't he do it again? He came back at Money in the Bank, WWE's first event, returning to live events. So he came back, but he did live events. They didn't use him all that much on TV. So I don't know what his commitments were last summer. But it is true. He did do quite a few house shows. But I don't think that house shows are going to be that strenuous compared to like live matches and matches on Raw, and you know they didn't really use him much in like on TV. I think when you look at like how much he was actually on TV, it was very, very limited. So I mean, it is true they did manage to get him for a chunk of time. That is true. But if you look at how they used him, they only used him in very, you know, light work, very matches that aren't going to have, you know, I'm sure there was quite a bit of trickery. I'm sure that the actual contests that he was involved in were not half-an-hour classics. Like, they were used at house shows as a way of, like, you know, shifting house show tickets. And what we actually got to see on TV was quite limited. So I don't know if that's because he had some movie projects coming up and wanted to reduce the risk of injury. But I think there are reasons as to why you couldn't do it. And one of them is, I don't know if he's got that gap in his schedule again. That would be my first answer. My other answer would be he's not going to want to run the risk of getting injured like what we've just seen with Cody. Because even though he might not have any movie projects at the moment, I'm sure he's got plenty lined up for after it. I think that he will always be up for doing the odd match, and I think that's why you can get away with like a SummerSlam, and you can build towards a big match, And then, he'll go for it, and, you're just going to have to keep your fingers crossed that nothing happens. And I'm sure there's a lot of relief when he comes out of that match and he's not injured. Because, that could totally derail his other projects that he's got coming up. So, him coming back and having a run with the US title and being in, like, really competitive matches that are designed to put people over and, like, showcase, like, other people. I'm struggling to see how we get to that, because it's just not working for me. I'm thinking that his priorities are still going to be elsewhere, even if he does say have a month. And even if he's got a month, what are you going to do? 4 matches? A month is only going to be 4 Raw matches. Who are you going to get over in that time? And actually, I'll counter it with, how are you even going to get people over? Are you telling me that someone having a great match against John Cena is now going to build them to be a star? Like, I really liked the US Open Challenge. I liked it for what it was. I really enjoyed it. But that's not going to make stars. Like, you can point at Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, but they were big in NXT, and they would have made it without John Cena. Like, yeah, it's great for them to face John Cena. It's a lovely way to, welcome to the main roster. But the US Open Challenge is not why Kevin Owens is a star right now. And Sami Zayn is not a star right now because of the US Open Challenge. In fact, I remember Sami Zayn when he had that match, he used to come out and throw his arms up. He threw his shoulder out when he came out for that match. He had to wrestle that match with an injury. And then I believe he was out for quite a while after it. So I think it's wrong to say that Sami was made a star because of that. But what it does do is it introduces them to the main roster and kind of, puts them in the ring with a legend. But you could put them in there with Edge, and that would still be, fine. You could put them in there with Randy Orton, and that would still be fine. So I don't feel that you can go down that road. They're great matches. It was a great run. I just think it's going to be really hard to replicate it, and I don't think it's going to achieve what you want it to achieve. I don't think that's how you build stars. Takes a long time. You've got to get rid of 50-50 booking. You need to really back them, and you need to put them in good stories. John Cena coming back for a month and doing 4 US Open Challenge matches is not where it's at. I'm going to be completely honest right now. It's not where it's at. I enjoyed them. I thought that they were very good for what they were, and it definitely was the highlight of Raw whilst it was happening, but that's not how you build stars. Rocky producers borrowed the name Italian Stallion from Bruno. No, I didn't. Bruno was the Italian Stallion. No, I didn't know that. Scorpio said Drew beats Roman at Clash of the Castle. Seth cashes in Money in the Bank a couple of months, and Cody beats Seth when he returns to fulfill his prophecy. They never promoted Brock being on Raw. They showed a replay from SmackDown. Yeah, I never saw any announcement saying Brock would be on Raw. The preview for tonight's show said Asuka versus Becky and Elias returning. I didn't see anything about Brock. Brent said, took a min to type Project Extraction. Don't know what all that is. Brenton said, might be too late for now, but something to think about for the AEW stream. What is the Mount Rushmore? Mine is Bruno, Hogan, Austin, Cena. We've ventured down that road. Yeah, we've been down that road. Who have you got? Bruno, Hogan, Austin, Cena. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's hard to argue with that. I mean, Bruno dominates the 60s. You know, they have to lean on him again in the 70s when the ratings aren't, you know, the business isn't where it was. So they have to turn back to him. So, you know, you're talking about the biggest star of the 60s and the 70s. I don't think that's unfair. Hogan, biggest star of the 80s. 90s, probably more so with WCW, but 80s, definitely. 90s is a weird time in it because, like, with the 90s, we start with Hogan, He's gone by 93. And then really, you know, we've got Brett, we've got Shawn. No one can really establish themselves. You've got Austin breaking through around, 96, 97. Around this time is when WCW is beating WWE. So I don't think anyone really comes through and grabs the spotlight. The only one that I would say stands out to me as a bit of an omission would be Undertaker. I feel like Undertaker, even though he's never the guy, he is the guy. The reason he's not at the top is because I feel like Undertaker's got to be in the conversation, but I don't know who you would take out. You know, Hogan, Bruno for the 60s, 70s, Hogan for the 80s. You could maybe say Undertaker for his emergence in the 90s. Cena in the kind of 2000s, if you will, he debuts, late 02, is it? So, Cena, and then Austin Attitude Era. You got to have Austin. I feel like you've got to have Austin and Hogan. I feel like you've got to have Austin and Hogan. I love Bruno. And then you've got Cena, and then I think you've got Undertaker. And then there will be people saying Rock. And there might be someone saying Andre or Brett or Shawn, but I feel like they are a level below. Andre's more just wrestling, isn't he, rather than WWE. I see Andre as just being territories and everywhere, and I don't think Shawn can. I feel like Brett and Shawn are so close. I just think that I don't know that you could separate them. Even though Shawn is regarded as one of the best in-ring performers, I just don't think I could do it. So Austin's too important. Austin's one of the first I'm chiseling. You could even make a bit of an argument for Ric Flair, but I think if you're just talking WWE, then I don't think Ric Flair would go on, because I think he goes on for WCW and NWA. So Austin, Hogan. I feel like Hogan's got to go on. I think to not put Hogan on, I feel like Undertaker's got to go on. It's hard, isn't it? Hard. You can say Taker and Kane, not just Taker. No, I wouldn't put Kane on. I feel like Kane has a great story with Undertaker, but I don't think he reaches that level. I think Undertaker's clear of Kane. Kane, I would say, is... Well, I don't even know if he's next level down or if he's the level below that. I really feel like top tier, people that were absolutely looking to chisel into Mount Rushmore would be Undertaker, Austin, Rock, Cena, Roman, Brock, Bruno. This is tier 1 to me. Tier 2 would be Brett, Shawn, Triple H. These would be tier 2. Maybe Kane falls into that tier. For me. Maybe you go down another level into tier 3, and that's where you've got maybe the likes of Mankind. Because Mankind was never the guy. He never carried the company. He was never the face of the company, so he's not tier 1 for me. Tier 2, I think, are people that did carry the company for a time, and I think Brett did, and I think Shawn did. And you could make the argument that Mankind was champion, and maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if I feel comfortable putting him in tier 2. I feel like Mankind might slip into tier 3, and maybe Kane goes into tier 3 as well for me. It's interesting. It's good conversation. I like it. Michael said, do you think Ric Flair is telling the truth when he says he won 22 in his whole career? I think if you counted him up, he is, yes. But I think that if you look at Ric Flair's runs, some of them are where he goes to say Puerto Rico or somewhere like that, drops the title, and then picks it up before he comes back. The way that wrestling was that if you went to, say, Japan, so Bob Backlund goes over to Japan as the WWF champion. He loses the belt to Antonio Inoki. Inoki wins the belt. He is the WWE champion. He wins the belt. And I think Bob Backlund ends up winning it back just before he leaves. And WWE do not recognize that title changes. So Bob Backlund, I think, has, 4 years or something as champion. And it's counted as 4 years as champion. They don't recognize Antonio Inoki. Because it's sort of like, it was done just to bump the... Like, oh my God, did you see there's a new champion? We need to go and see the new champ. And then, of course, by the end of the tour, he's won it back and he's off again. So, that was something that would happen from time to time in wrestling. If you were going to be in a territory for a while, if you was going over to Japan for a tour, or if you was going to go and spend some time somewhere, then there was maybe potential that you would drop it early and win it back before you left. But they're not. They are title changes, but the reasons why they're done are, it's pre-internet. It's pre-internet, so you could do that, and people might not even know it's happened. Might not even know. And so, by the time he comes back over from Japan, he's the champ still, and so WWE don't have to recognize it. And I think that happened with Ric Flair in the NWA title as well. I'm sure he went and dropped it. There were some places that you'd have to drop it. There were some places that were so violent that if you didn't, if the new champ, if he didn't drop the champ to the local guy, if you didn't drop the championship to the local person, there'd be a flipping riot. Like, they were that desperate to see their guy win. It was better to just drop the belt and get it back at a later date, because the crowd would have ripped you apart. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to remember, this is an era where a lot of people are believing it's real. So if you walk in as the champion and they've been waiting for their guy to get his opportunity, they are right behind their guy. Like, it is fever pitch. You got to remember where wrestling used to be. Now, if someone wins or loses, you go, oh, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have booked that. Back then, it wasn't that. Back then, it wasn't, oh, I wouldn't have booked that. Back then, it was like, they'll rip him apart if he does beat that guy. So, there's a few title changes that are done for those sorts of reasons. And, those ones, again, don't tend to get recognized. Honestly, Rick would know better than anyone else, but I absolutely believe he's got 22 title reigns, 100%, and actually think it could even be more. It could even be more. But you've got to look at the reasoning as to why some of those title changes happened. And they might have happened to have boosted a tour. They might have happened because they were worried that people were going to rip them apart. And so some of them just don't count. So WWE recognizes Ric Flair as having 16 legitimate title reigns, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair, and I think that it's a good measure. I feel like it keeps things achievable. I understand why they recognize 16. I could understand why Ric Flair's like, actually it was more, because it was. It definitely was. That's not really up for debate, but it's just, should they be recognized or not? It's interesting. What do you think of the offers that Man United have made? I haven't really seen too much news. I'm just waiting for them to sign someone. We need to get some players in, I know that much, because time's going to run out and they need to get De Jong over the line. We're not going to stick around too much longer. I've just noticed we've already stuck around way longer than I was expecting to. But I hope people have found, even if it hasn't been entertaining, like, I don't know, some of the conversations insightful. I enjoy them. It's great. I said before, man, it's so great to have chats with people that have just got into wrestling. If you've just got into wrestling, or you've listened to maybe some of this and you just ain't got a clue what any of this is about, hopefully it's been explained so that you can sort of follow it. If not, then obviously we can always like answer bits and bobs, and I'm always looking to learn more. So shout out to Brenton for all of his info, and to everyone that's been putting information in. It's great stuff, brilliant stuff. And as I said, always looking to explore and find out more. At the time you were speaking of, weekly wrestling shows were a month old. Wrestling Mags came out a month, and feud builds are not comparable. It was a different world, says Brenton. Yep. Besides Roman and Brock, do you think there'll be another wrestler to have a big name like Rock, Austin, Cena, Hogan? Yes. Do you think Vince doesn't push too many stars because of trust issues? It might still be scarred from Hall, Nash. I think that Vince is someone that, to be honest, if you use wrestling history, again, this is why we talk about it a lot, but if you look at the wrestling history, Vince has never pushed a lot of people. He has, if you look at the Attitude Era, people will go, what? Kane, Mankind, yeah, all this kind of stuff. You can't tell me that any of them were bigger than Austin or Rock. Like, Austin and Rock are absolutely the two that are head and above everyone else. And maybe Mr. McMahon up there as well, himself, right? So, Mr. McMahon, Austin, Rock, right? Now, Mr. McMahon is himself. And then you've got Austin and you've got Rock. And they, faced each other. I think pushing a couple of people like that, fine. They end up facing each other 3 times at WrestleMania. So, yeah, Austin and Rock. And then I think, Triple H is in the conversation. I think he's booked well, but I think that he really comes into his own kind of as we're starting to move past the Attitude Era. So for me, Austin and Rock are the 2 big names. And then, yes, of course, there's people just that next level below. Loads of people, yeah? But it feels like the same now. You've got Brock, and Roman. And then, yeah, you got loads of people, but they do feel like a level below. So I feel like, you can compare this to the Attitude Era in that sense. That there's 2 absolutely undeniable stars at the top. And then there's a whole raft of people like Seth, like Kevin Owens, like AJ Styles, potentially Finn Balor, if he can get back into that main event picture. There's loads of people that are at that just next level below. They are not Roman. They're not Roman. Seth is not Roman. What the booking that Roman's got right now is historic. I mean, he's over 600-day title reign. He is the guy on SmackDown, and Seth is not even the guy on Raw. So for me, I think I don't know that he's doing it because he's scared of trust, but that could absolutely be a factor. I think it's easy to have a couple of people that are going to stand by you and are not going to go to like a rival company. I think it's easier to do that than to have a lot. But I think, you go back to the 80s and you only had Hogan. I mean, yeah, you had Macho Man and yeah, you had Ultimate Warrior, but it was Hogan. Macho Man never gets to Hogan's level. I mean, he has like a year of running with the belt from WrestleMania 4 to WrestleMania 5. But, I mean, in that time, Hogan's constantly there. When Macho's champ, he ends up doing a lot of tag matches with Hulk Hogan. So they're the mega powers. So he can't even break free of Hogan. Hogan's still around. So Macho could never get to be the guy. And I think that really frustrated Macho Man. That's why there was quite a strain on his relationship with Hogan, because you could see that Hogan was not going to give it up. Hogan goes off and does, I think, is it Trouble in Paradise when Warrior wins at 6? But, very quickly, Warrior was shown to not be the guy, and Hogan said Warrior wasn't the guy. And, very quickly, Warrior is shown that he isn't the guy. And then, of course, they end up WrestleMania 7, belt goes back onto Hogan after going via Sergeant Slaughter. So, I think Hogan is the guy. Then I think he struggles to find the guy in the 90s. He tries Diesel, doesn't work. Tries Sid, Justice, doesn't work. Undertaker, I think, could have been the guy, but he never seemingly wanted Undertaker to have the belt and run with the belt for a long, long time. Undertaker can step in and have the belt for a little bit, but Undertaker's never really put in that position. I think because he was an attraction. Undertaker was kept special. And I think like he was, given his own storylines, and I don't think the Undertaker character, I don't think it felt like he needed the title. Like, he was over. People loved seeing him, and he was great to have on the card, but it meant that, you could have the champion as well. You didn't need Undertaker to be the champ. But he could have gone that way. I suppose that'd be interesting to know why he didn't. Be interesting to know why did Undertaker feud with the likes of Mankind, feud with the likes of Kane, feud with, there was some really good stuff they did with Undertaker. Of course, I mean, you all know the history of Undertaker, but I wonder why they didn't put the belt on him more. When he's turned to Diesel and Diesel hasn't worked, when he's turned to Sid and Sid hasn't worked, he does put the belt on Undertaker. Is it WrestleMania 13? The belt does go on to Undertaker, but it's never there for, long. And then, he tries Brett and he tries Shawn, and he's just not... He's just struggling to find the... And then Austin comes along. Rock comes along. 2002, Cena comes along. 2012, Roman comes along. So, I think if you look back, there's only ever, we've never really had a period where there's been loads of people. It's just not really Vince's way. He seems to back a couple of people, really get behind them, push them to the moon. And I think right now it's Brock and it's Roman. And I think Becky did have a slight moment where she broke through. Definitely. Big time Bex, I think, definitely got through. But as I said earlier, I think she's settled back down again. But I think if we look to the future, then I feel like Cody, I don't think is going to be around that long, because he said he wanted to retire when he was 40. So I think that he'll have a run with it, but I don't know that he'll ever be the face. I think Cody, I think he'll get the belt. I think he'll have a run. And I think once his run's over, I can't see it being too much longer after that. He might step away from wrestling. And try and get into Hollywood if he can. I could see Cody wanting to explore that. But, who will the next people be? I mean, you've got to look at Bron Breakker. You've got to look at Bron Breakker as being someone with that potential. Gable Steveson is in his early 20s. Olympic gold medalist. You got to look at him as being someone that's got that potential. Austin Theory, of course, looks like someone that's got that potential. So I feel like Vince will look to do that again. It's just what he's always done. And when even in the 90s, when he didn't have that person, he was looking. He looked at Diesel, he looked at Sid. But they weren't right. They didn't connect. So, I think we will get someone after Roman. It's just hard to say who it's going to be. Mankind was similar. Some characters just don't need it. It hurts more than it helps, says Master Chief. I want to see him call up Teal Piper. Roddy's actual daughter is amazing. Look her up. She talks to fans on Twitter. I am aware of her, but I must admit I haven't seen her compete. So I couldn't tell you how good she was. So interesting that you tell me she's good. But I have heard of her. I believe she's got a good relationship with Ronda. Because obviously Ronda loved Roddy Piper. Hence the rowdy Ronda Rousey and the leather jacket that she used to wear, which was his. The Mega Power Meltdown was top-notch storytelling. Gable Steveson said he wants to go back to college or something like that, says Michael. He said that he would love to go back to the amateur wrestling, but it's something that needs to be worked out with WWE. So, I don't know. I mean, it could be because they just haven't had anything for him at the moment. If they turn around and say, look, this is the plan, we're going to do this and this, then maybe, do you know what I mean? Maybe he's good to go. Perhaps he's, might just be that he's, twiddling his thumbs a bit at the moment. I'd like to think that he's hammering wrestling training, to be honest. I mean, if I'm Vince, I just want that guy to be living in the gym, living in the training room, working day and night, because it's not long and we'll get going with him. And I just want him to look like, Brock. I want him to look like a killer. I want him to look so composed and relaxed and I want it to flow, and I want it to be natural, and it takes time to achieve that. Right, we're done anyway. Listen, we've stuck around for a good 45 minutes after, and I think I've held you lot hostage long enough, but I know many of you enjoy just chatting about wrestling, and, well, that's what we're here to do, so I'm never going to apologise for doing that, but I do apologise maybe a little bit for not focusing as much on the current product, what with us going back quite a bit, but just go where the conversation goes, you know. I think that this show was one that it was all right. I've seen better Raws than this, but I've seen worse as well. And actually, if we do just end the poll before we run away, we can see the scores. So what do you score WWE Raw? 7 to 775 got 29%. 8 to 10 got 27%. 6 to 675, 25, and then a little drop off for the 575 or below. So seems like 29%, 27%, 25%, really, really close between the 6 to 675, the 7 to 75, and the 8 to 10. Really close between those three. And then, as we said, a little bit of a drop off for 5.75 or below. So very, very interesting. Seems like a little bit of a mixed bag this week, but certainly a show that at least delivered enough for people to say that it wasn't a disaster. So, very good. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support, and I really do mean that as well. I wouldn't stick around for 45 minutes after the show ended if I didn't, and, you know, just chat away with you guys. Some really good insight, really good thoughts. Really good, just some really good stuff this week. Really enjoyed it, really enjoyed the conversations, and gonna look forward to more. We are back tomorrow with the Money in the Bank predictions. That will be very Money in the Bank predictions. I know on the Wrestling Escape Pod we very much do what we just did, where we go off in whatever conversations, but we need to focus on Money in the Bank. It's a big it's going to be a big focus, because the watch along will be on that channel. So we've got that tomorrow, and then we're back here on Wednesday for AEW. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it, and I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.